Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Many thanks for joining us and welcome to the market segment here on Aneke TV. Yesterday, the market capitalization of the Nigerian exchange gained over 87 billion naira. Yet, for 7 stocks ended in the red. It is a market that is rewarding precision but punishing assumption. From the 30% surge in cocoa to the cooling heat in the banking sector, the numbers are telling a story of a shifting economic tide. Today, we dive beneath the surface of these green arrows to understand the real cost of business in a world of $98 oil. And this is Aneke TV Business Desk, where data meets destiny and your wealth finds its voice. I am Uche Osai. Let's get down to business. Starting from the Nigerian Stock Exchange, the Nigerian equity market closed on a positive note yesterday, Tuesday, April 21st, 2026. While the primary indices edged higher, the broader market sentiment was cautious, as evidenced by negative market breadth, more losers than gainers. The all-share index ASI closed at 218,249.81 points, gaining 135.97 points. That means it's up by 0.6%. And looking at market capitalization, which increased by 87.53 billion naira, to settle at 140.52 trillion naira. The market breadth was negative, with 25 gainers against 43 losers. Now quickly, let's take a look at the market movers for yesterday, starting with NASCON, yes, which closed at 171 naira 60 kobo, making a positive adjustment of 10%. And then Union Daikon, yes, Union Daikon yesterday closed at 19 naira 95 kobo, equally bullish, making a positive adjustment of 9.92%. Yeah, WAPCO, remember Lafarge Africa, yeah, traded as WAPCO, did close at 273 naira, equally in the bullish reign, making a positive adjustment of 9.64%. Yes, Transfer Express, it was equally bullish as it made a positive adjustment of 8.27% to close at 7 naira 20 kobo. USCN, yes, USCN closed 110 naira to make a positive adjustment of 7.84%, signaling a bullish trend. And then quickly looking at the top 5 losers, where banking and financial services, faced significant selling pressure, dragging down the sectorial performance. And looking at this losers table, we are seeing Legend. Yes, they closed at 5 naira 63 kobo, making a dip of 9.92%. Abi equally in the negative, yes, closed trading at 6 naira 60 kobo, making a dip of 9.59 negative adjustment. Stanbic is equally in the fray, closing yesterday on the dip of a negative 8.96% to close his book at 154 naira 50 kobo. Access Corporation was equally bearish yesterday as he made a negative adjustment of negative 8.83% adjustment to close trading at 29 naira 95 kobo. Now, Veritas Cap yesterday was part of the losers. It closed at 1 naira 85 kobo, making a dip of a negative 7.50% adjustment. And quickly taking a look at the sectorial performance yesterday, both the banking and oil and gas sectors saw marginal declines as investors engaged in profit taking following a historic rally that recently saw the market capitalization across the 140 trillion mark. Yes, looking at the banking sector, it was primarily laggard of the day, finishing as the worst performing sector among the major indices. And looking at the banking sector indices, it made a change of a negative 1.30%. Now, the key drivers yesterday was that major tier 1 banks faced selling pressure. Yes, Access Corporation was a significant drag in the index, falling a negative 8.83% behind, while Stanbic dropped by equally negative 8.96%. Despite the price drop, the sector remained the most liquid. Access Corporation topped the volume chart, accounting for over 13% of the total market volume, followed by FCMB, Fidelity, and Zenibank. Yes, the decline is largely seen as a tactical retreat by investors, locking in gains after the sector's double-digit surge last week. Now, quickly looking at the oil and gas sector performance, it saw a much milder retreat compared to banking, ending the session nearly flat. And looking at the sectoral index of the oil and gas, it was in the negative of a 0.09%. The key drivers here is that the sector was relatively stable, supported by steady interest in upstream heavyweights like Seplat and Aradel. Remember Aradel? Yeah, which have shown strong fundamentals recently. However, minor price adjustments in mid-cap oil services firms tipped the index into the red. This sector continues to be, highlighted by analysts for its strong free float and growth potential, maintaining investors' confidence even during broad market pullbacks. Yes, and looking at the other sectorial trends, the industrial goods, yesterday was positive, bullish, as it made a positive 1.64% performance change, and then we're looking at another sector here, the insurance. Yes, insurance yesterday made a positive adjustment of 0.19%, marking a marginal gain. And the oil and gas sector, we told you, was in the dip of a 0.09% adjustment, though the trend here is one of a little bit of stability Some look at it as being flat, but is that of stable. Yes, and looking at consumer goods, which yesterday was in the dip of a 0.37%, signaling a bearish trend. And looking at the banking sector, which we already told you was in the dip as it made a negative adjustment of 1.30%. Yes, due to profit taking. Yes, the reason the trend was that of profit taking. While the overall all-share index ASI managed to close in the green, up by 0.06%. It was primarily, propped up by the industrial goods sector, notably WAPCO and Dangote Cement, which offset the losses in the banking and energy segment. And now quickly, let's give you a market outlook for today. The market is expected to remain in consolidation phase today. Key factors to watch is that looking at sectorial rebound. Analysts are looking for potential recovery in the banking sector, which dipped a negative 1.30% yesterday, despite the overall index gain. And then looking to profit taking, following recent rallies that pushed the ASI to all-time highs, investors may continue to lock in profit, particularly mid-cap stocks. And then looking at investor sentiment, why the headline gain is encouraging, the higher number of losers, 43, suggests a peaky market. Trading is likely to be dominated by institutional rebalancing as the week progresses. Now quickly, let's run to the Nigerian forex market. Yes, let's take a look at Naira's performance. The Naira maintained a relatively stable but slightly soft positioning during yesterday's trading section. Yes, while liquidity in the official window remained, steady, more fluctuation were noted across major global currency pairing. And looking at the Naira against the US dollar, yes, in the official market, Naira was able to hold its ground at 1,348 Naira 70 kobo. And in the parallel market, or the black market as many would choose to call it, some call it street market, Naira was able to close against the dollar at 1,355 Naira, and the daily change is 0.12% negative, yes, 0.12%. And against the British pound in the official market, the Naira closed at 1,668 Naira 50 kobo, whereas at the parallel market, it closed at 1,675 Naira, signaling a daily change in the dip of a negative 0.27% as well. And against the euro, the Naira closed in the official market at 1,584 Naira 65 kobo, and whereas at the black market, it closed for 1,595 Naira, signaling a downward trend of a 0.32% as well. The Naira saw marginal depreciation against the US dollar, closing, as we told you, at 1,348 Naira 70 kobo, against the dollar compared to Monday's close. High demand for invisible transaction, look at education and medicals, continue to exert pressure on the window. And looking at the parallel market, yes, the gap between the official and parallel markets remains narrow, hovering between 5 and 10 Naira, signaling improved price discovery and reduced arbitrage opportunities. Quickly, our market outlook for today is that it suggests a continuation of the stability, first trend, though certain factors may introduce volatility. Look at interbank liquidity. The central bank is expected to maintain its periodic intervention to satisfy retail demand, which should keep the Naira within the 1,345 Naira and 1,355 Naira range against the dollar. And then looking at external reserve support, with global oil prices remaining relatively firm and the recent expansion in refinery output, the pressure on the foreign exchange reserve is expected to be manageable, providing psychological cushion for the local currency. Another area we look at is corporate demand. Yes, we anticipate increased demand from the manufacturing sector as firms front-loading orders for Q2 raw materials, which might lead to a significant uptick in the exchange rate during the midday session. Now, analysts suggest that as long as the market breadth is in the equity sector remain cautious, we may see some, flight safety where investors hold positions in dollars. This has not yet, reached a level that threatens the current stability. And quickly, let's take a look at the crude performance yesterday. Brent crude experienced a highly volatile session yesterday, Tuesday, April 21st, as geopolitical regarding the US-Iran conflict and the Strait of Hormuz dominated the market sentiment. The market was a tug of war between supply disruption and fears and hopes for a diplomatic breakthrough. We're looking at price settlements. The crude future settled at $98.48 per barrel, a gain of $3. That's signaling plus 3.14%. And during the intraday peak, prices briefly surged past the psychological significant $100 mark, hitting a session high of $101.15. Now, quickly, the key market drivers yesterday, we're looking at the Vance effect. Prices sparked mid-session following reports that U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance, concealed a scheduled trip to Islamabad for peace talks with Iran. And then looking at the Trump extension again as one of the market drivers, gains were partially pared back after President Trump announced an indefinite extension of the current ceasefire, though the confirmed U.S. naval blockade of Iran remains in place. Now, supply crunch is another factor that drove the market. Data showed only 3 ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz in 24 hours, highlighting a massive ongoing bottleneck in waterway that normally handles 20% of global supply. Now, quickly at a look at our market outlook for today. The market opens today in a state of cautious tension. Yes, we expect prices to hover near the $98 to $100 threshold with the following factors in place. We're talking about ceasefire fragility. While the ceasefire extension provides temporary floor, the market remains long on risk. Any aggressive rhetoric from Tehran regarding the blockade could trigger another push towards $105. Yes. And then another factor to look at today as we move into the market is inventory concerns. Yes, a lot of analysts estimate that nearly 1 billion barrels of supply have already been lost due to disruptions. Even if a full peace deal were signed today, experts suggest a return to pre-conflict production level could take up to 7 months. Another factor we are looking at is inflationary pressure. Yes, we want you to keep an eye on the IMF's latest warnings, with Brent averaging near $100. Global inflation projections are being reversed upward by 1.5 to 2.0 percentage points, which may dampen long-term demand forecast. And then as per we're telling you to expect high volatility during the afternoon session as traders digest any fresh updates from the ongoing diplomatic efforts in Pakistan. And quickly, let's move to the Nigerian commodities market. Yes, the Nigerian commodities market saw significant activity yesterday, Tuesday, April 24th, with the affairs and the Nigerian Commodity Exchange reflecting the broader inflationary pressures seen in the energy and global food sectors. Agricultural commodities, largely experienced upward price movement driven by seasonal scarcity and the ripple effect of high transport costs. Now, quickly taking a look at the commodity chart here, cocoa, at the exchange price is sold at 3.5 million, metric ton yesterday, as a signaling a 30%, day change, and the trend is that it is bullish. It is surging. And looking at maize, that's the white maize, sold at 305,000 per metric ton. Yes, 305,000 per metric ton, signaling a daily change of a positive 22%, and the trajectory here takes an upward trajectory that's been bullish as well. Paddy rice yesterday sold for 506,000 per metric ton, signaling a daily change of plus 2.6%. The trend is that of being moderate. And soybean, sold for 695,000 per metric ton, signaling a daily change of a plus 11.5%. Equally indicating a bullish trend. And Shogun yesterday equally sold at 276,000 per metric ton, signaling a daily change of a plus 3.7%. Equally, the trajectory here is that it is stable, is steady climb. Then looking at export commodities, cocoa remains the star performer, benefiting from a global supply deficit and a exchange rate for exporters. Yes, its massive 30% surge yesterday highlights the intense competition for local supply gains and stable maize and soybeans saw double digit gains. High demand from the poultry and animal feed industries it's outstripping current inventory levels as we approach the peak of the lean season. And looking at sesame and shogun, yes, sesame and shogun, these remain relatively stable compared to the volatile grain market, with sesame holding steady at approximately 1.1 metric ton in some northern hubs. And then quickly looking at the market outlook for today, we'll look at a little bit of factors. We are to monitor the energy food transmission, with Brent crude hovering near $100 per barrel. The cost of transporting commodities from northern farm gates to southern markets, speak of Enugu, Lagos, Port Harcourt, is expected to rise further today. And then seasonal scarcity is another into factor in. We are deep in the lean season with stockpiles thinning. Buyers, especially large-scale millers, may engage in panic buying, which could push paddy rice prices towards 520,000 per metric ton mark by day end. And quickly, for want of time, let's look at our projection or our advice to the Nigerian investors. But before we do that, let's look at the international market. Yes, the international market today, we're looking at a market that closed mostly lower yesterday, Tuesday, as geopolitical uncertainties regarding the US-Iran ceasefire outweighed the positive economic data. Look at the United States. Wall Street reversed early gains to close in the red. S&P 500, was in the dip of a negative 0.63%, signaling 7,064.01 points. Nasdaq was equally in the dip as he made a negative adjustment of a 0.59%, closing at 24,259.96 points. Dow Jones was equally in the dip as well, making a negative 0.59% adjustment to close at 49,149.38 points. The key driver here is that markets turned cautious after Vice President J.D. Vance cancelled a diplomatic trip to Pakistan, sparking fears over the expiring ceasefire. And quickly looking at the European market, yes, the European market, most indices, ended lower, sensitive to rising energy costs. That's Germany. Yes, that's Germany closed at a negative 1.2% adjustment. FTSE 100 UK was equally in the dip, a negative 0.6%. The key driver here is that energy intensive sectors face pressure as Brent crude pushed towards the $100 mark. And looking at the Asian market, yes, the Asian market performance was that of mixed reaction. India Nifty 50 closed on a positive 0.87%, hitting a 2-month high on early session optimism. Japan, China mostly flat to lower as they reacted to the midday shift in US geopolitical headlines. And then quickly, let's give you our market advice for the Nigerian investors today. Yes, our advice to the Nigerian market investors today. Yes, I know you're waiting for it. The market is picky today. Avoid broad index buying. Focus on individual stocks with strong Q1 earning and balance sheet resilience. That's our advice today. We are telling you that the market today will be picky, so you avoid broad index buying. Just focus on individual stocks with strong Q1 earnings and balance sheet resilience. This is where we draw the curtains today on this edition of the market segment from Aneke TV Business Desk. Stay informed, stay ahead, and keep your eyes on the numbers. I am Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries. Commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlight.
Good morning and welcome to News Around the Globe on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma, glad to have you join us. Headlines. Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention activates contact tracing over confirmed COVID-19 case in Cross River. On the foreign scene, U.S. President announces indefinite extension of ceasefire in Iran conflict. On business, Abia State Governor flags off initiative to position Aba as global export hub. Now the news in details. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention and the Cross River State government have confirmed a single case of COVID-19 in the state, triggering immediate containment protocols. The agency announced that the infected individual has been isolated and is receiving care in line with national treatment guidelines. Commissioner for Health, Dr. Henry Ayuk, identified the patient as a 53-year-old Chinese expatriate resident in Akampa local government area. He explained that the patient presented mild symptoms before being admitted to the University of Calabar Teaching Hospital, where laboratory tests confirmed the infection. Health authorities confirmed that the patient is currently stable and is responding to treatment at the state's designated isolation center. Contact tracing and surveillance measures have also been activated to prevent further spread. The state government reassured residents that all necessary public health measures are in place, urging calm while emphasizing continued adherence to preventive guidelines. Healthcare services in Plateau State face disruption as the Association of Resident Doctors and the National Association of Government General Medical and Dental Practitioners issue a 7-day ultimatum to Governor Caleb Mutfwang. The unions warn that failure to address their demands by April 27, 2026 will result in a total withdrawal of services. The medical bodies are demanding full implementation of the revised consolidated medical salary structure alongside payment of outstanding allowances pending since late 2025. They cited worsening economic conditions and poor welfare as key factors driving dissatisfaction among healthcare workers. Union leaders reported a growing exodus of medical personnel from the state, leaving remaining staff overstretched and healthcare delivery severely strained. They stressed that previous engagements with the government have yielded no meaningful results. With no official response from the state government, the associations insisted that industrial action remains inevitable if their demands are unmet, a move that could cripple services across major health facilities. The National Association of Academic Technologists has warned of a potential disruption to the university system over unresolved labor issues with the federal government. The union rejected a wage proposal presented on March 31st, 2026, describing it as inadequate amid rising living costs. National President Comrade Ibeji Nwokoma said the offer fails to reflect current economic realities, particularly the rising cost of oil, electricity, and essential commodities. He maintained that the proposal undermines the welfare of non-teaching staff in tertiary institutions. The union also condemned the unilateral approval of a 30% allowance increase for other categories of staff by the Office of the Head of Civil Service, describing it as a violation of collective bargaining agreements. The union warned that failure to resume negotiations could lead to industrial action, further destabilizing the academic calendar across federal universities. A federal high court in Abuja has dismissed a contempt application seeking the committal of the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Professor George Amupitan, to prison. Justice Joyce Abdulmalik struck out the suit over failure by the applicant to properly prosecute the case. The applicant, Chief Edozie Njoko, had alleged that the INEC chairman failed to monitor a party convention and sought his imprisonment. However, the court held that the applicant did not fulfill the legal requirements of personal service of court processes. Justice Abdulmalik emphasized that contempt proceedings are quasi-criminal and must strictly comply with procedural rules. She noted that the court cannot assist litigants who fail to diligently pursue their cases. The ruling effectively nullifies the attempt to jail the electoral chief, bringing the matter to a close on procedural grounds. Meanwhile, the High Court of the Federal Capital Territory has issued a Form 48 notice against Senator Samuel Anyanwu and Chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Professor Josh Amupitan, over alleged disobedience of a subsisting court order. The notice warns of possible imprisonment if the parties fail to comply with a judgment delivered on January 12, 2026, which dismissed Anyanwu's suit challenging his expulsion from the People's Democratic Party. Court records show that the matter filed under suit number CV 1050-2025 lists members of the PDP National Executive Committee as judgment creditors seeking enforcement of the ruling. The notice serves as a formal legal warning requiring strict compliance with the court's directive in line with established judicial enforcement procedures. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has issued stakeholders in Osun State of a credible governorship election scheduled for August 15, 2026. Resident Electoral Commissioner Dr. Oluwatoyin Babalola gave the assurance while addressing protesters in Oshobo. The protesters, including market women and civil society groups, raised concerns over recent administrative changes within the commission. They expressed fears of possible political interference ahead of the polls. INEC dismissed the concerns, describing the redeployment of officials as routine administrative procedure. The commission reaffirmed its commitment to neutrality and transparency in the electoral process. Officials added that logistical preparations are on course, urging residents to remain confident in the integrity of the commission and participate peacefully in the election. Former presidential candidate Peterobi has held a strategic meeting with Southeast Chairman of the African Democratic Congress in Enugu, signaling a shift in regional political alignment. Party officials described the engagement as part of efforts to strengthen internal structures ahead of the 2027 elections. Discussions focused on regional cooperation and the need for a unified political strategy across the Southeast. Key party stakeholders emphasized the importance of consolidating support within the zone. President Bola Tinubu has commended Enugu State Governor Dr. Petermbah for his developmental strides, describing his leadership as critical to national progress. The president spoke while receiving a delegation from the state at the presidential villa, Abuja. He reaffirmed the federal government's commitment to infrastructure development in the southeast, including the Port Harcourt-Enugu rail line. The president urged sustained collaboration across all levels of government. Governor Mbah, in his remarks, expressed support for the president's administration, citing key federal interventions such as concession of the Akanu Ibiam International Airport and ongoing road projects. Governor Chukwuma Soludo of Anambra State has appointed Professor Peter Azikiwe Onwalo as chairman and pro-chancellor of Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University. The appointment is part of efforts to strengthen governance in the institution. The new governing council includes professionals from diverse fields tasked with enhancing academic standards and institutional development. The state government said the selection reflects a commitment to excellence. Professor Onwalo, a seasoned academic and former Director General of the Raw Materials Research and Development Council, brings extensive experience in research and administration. The government expressed confidence that the new council will position the university for improved performance and global competitiveness. The Nigeria Police Force has commenced proceedings of its Force Disciplinary Committee to review cases involving 167 senior officers over alleged misconduct. The exercise is ongoing at the Force Headquarters, Abuja. Force Public Relations Officer Mr. Anthony Placid said the process is part of measures to reinforce accountability and professionalism within the force. The committee is responsible for handling disciplinary matters concerning officers from the rank of Assistant Superintendent of Police and above. News around the globe is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now a quick recap of the major stories making the news. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention has activated contact tracing following a confirmed COVID-19 case in Cross River State. Coming up shortly, United States President has announced an indefinite extension of the ceasefire in the Iran conflict. Governor Alex Oti has launched an initiative to transform Aba into an international export hub. We'll be right back shortly.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that defy existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Welcome back. The Court of Appeal, Abuja, has dismissed an appeal filed by Mr. Julius Abure challenging the legitimacy of the Labour Party leadership under Senator Nenadi Usman. The appellate court upheld the earlier judgments of the Federal High Court, affirming the validity of the party's caretaker committee. The three-member panel, in an anonymous decision, endorsed the January 21st ruling delivered by Justice Peter Lifu, which recognized the 29-member caretaker committee led by Senator Usman as the lawful leadership of the party. The appellate court relied on a prior decision of the Supreme Court, which held that Mr. Abure's tenure as national chairman had elapsed, thereby creating a leadership vacuum within the party. The court further affirmed that the lower court acted within its constitutional powers in directing the Independent National Electoral Commission to recognize the caretaker committee under the doctrine of necessity. United States President Donald Trump has announced an indefinite extension of the ceasefire with Iran, citing the need to allow diplomatic efforts to progress. The decision forces further military action while negotiations continue through intermediaries in Pakistan. The president confirmed that while airstrikes have been suspended, the United States Navy will maintain its blockade of Iranian ports, a move Tehran has consistently opposed. Iranian authorities have reacted with caution, expressing skepticism over the announcement and reiterating their opposition to the naval blockade. Officials signal readiness to challenge the restrictions if necessary. Authorities in El Salvador have commenced a mass trial involving 486 suspected members of the MS-13 criminal network, marking one of the largest judicial proceedings in the nation's history. Prosecutors allege that the defendants are responsible for the thousands of crimes, including homicide, extortion, and arms trafficking committed over a decade. The trial is being conducted through a coordinated system linking multiple correctional facilities. The proceedings form part of the government's intensified anti-crime strategy under President Nayib Bukele, which has led to widespread arrests under emergency security measures. While authorities credit the policy with a significant decline in violent crime, human rights groups have raised concerns over due process and the scale of collective prosecutions. Pope Leo XIV is continuing his pastoral visit to Equatorial Guinea with a scheduled visit to a correctional facility in Bata. The visit highlights ongoing concerns about prison conditions and human rights. The pontiff is expected to meet inmates and engage with youth and community groups while also paying tribute to victims of a past industrial disaster in the city. During his visit, the Pope has called for stronger adherence to justice and the rule of law, emphasizing the need for governance that prioritizes human dignity. The tour forms part of a broader engagement across Africa, focusing on peace, equity, and social justice in developing nations. Abia State government has commenced a strategic program aimed at repositioning Aba as a global manufacturing hub. The initiative focuses on improving quality standards in the fashion, garment, and leather industries. Chief of Staff to the Governor, Pastor Caleb Ajaba, said the program aligns with Governor Alex Ote's industrialization agenda to boost export competitiveness. The state is collaborating with development partners to enhance technical capacity and ensure compliance with international production standards. The program concludes training for quality assurance assessors. Officials say the initiative will strengthen small and medium-scale enterprises, improve product certification, and expand market access for locally manufactured goods. Now in sports, the Nigeria Premier Football League has sanctioned Kano Pillars Football Club with a 15 million naira fine over misconduct during a recent league match against Rivers United. The disciplinary action followed findings of inadequate security arrangements, pitch invasion, and harassment of match officials during the encounter. The league also imposed a ban on spectators at the club's home matches for the remainder of the season, citing repeated breaches of safety regulations. Kano Pillars have been given 48 hours to appeal the decision as the league reiterates its commitment to maintaining discipline and safety standards in domestic football. Now in entertainment, Afrobeat artist Davido has been appointed head of youth mobilization for the re-election campaign of Osun State Governor Senator Ademola Adeleke. The announcement was made via social media, where the musician pledged to support the campaign effort ahead of the forthcoming governorship election. Davido has previously played an active role in political advocacy in Osun State, contributing to grassroots mobilization during past electoral contests. Political observers say his involvement could influence youth participation given his wide reach and popularity among younger demographics. And finally, before we go on news around the globe, a recap of our top stories. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention has commenced contact tracing in Cross River State following the confirmation of a COVID-19 case. Health authorities confirmed that the patient has been isolated and is receiving treatment in line with national protocols. The agency, in collaboration with the Cross River State Ministry of Health, has intensified surveillance and urged residents to adhere strictly to preventive guidelines. United States President Donald Trump has announced an indefinite extension of the ceasefire in the ongoing conflict with Iran. The decision is aimed at allowing diplomatic engagements to continue, with mediators working toward a negotiation resolution. Despite the ceasefire, U.S. authorities indicated that strategic measures, including maritime restrictions, remain in place. Governor Alex Ote of Abia State has initiated a strategic program to transform Aba into a globally competitive export hub. The initiative focuses on enhancing quality standards in key manufacturing sectors. particularly fashion and leather works, while strengthening capacity for small and medium-scale enterprises. The program is part of the state government's broader industrialization agenda to boost economic growth and international trade competitiveness. That's news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past,
where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Good day, viewers, and welcome to Aneke TV, where we bring you real voices from the streets. Today, we are focusing on the current situation in Nigeria, looking at how it affects everyday life, from economy and cost of living to security, transportation, and basic needs. We went out to hear directly from Nigerians about their experiences and opinions about the present state of the country. Let's hear what they have to say.
The situation currently in Nigeria is very demeaning and appalling, in the sense that as youths of this country, we sometimes wish that we are not born in this country. And me, as a person, a young graduating from school, now trying to start up life and facing the situation so hard, thinking of how to, cope along with the high cost of living, things in the stuffs in the market, high cost of transportation, a little distance from your place to another, you'll be paying a huge amount of money because of hike in fuel price and all of that. So it's actually draining us as youths, especially when we are unemployed, having nothing to do, and we are the little you're able to get from one menial job or the other, you are spending it as if like you are plugging the money from tree every day. So, but we thank God that at least we are surviving it. People who have been before us survived it, and we believe that Nigeria will soon become a better place to live. While at the same time, we as youths, we won't relent. We keep pushing and try to make things out of the little things we are doing to make things better in the country. So it's when you have something doing, you can actually, think of better things to, offer to the society. Because the situation in the country can actually frustrate you to do things which at the end of the day, the government will say, okay, the youth are not doing the right thing, you understand? But as much as we still have people thinking positively for the country, which I believe I myself am included. My goal for this country is that if I'm able to get my hands on things that I can, use and empower myself and empower others, I believe this country would be a better place for we, the youth, and every other person to, bank on at the end of the day.
The current state in Nigeria now is very difficult economically, and anyone with one wonders where they are, because anyone who has the plight of the fellow human beings who is very vivid and visible. It's no more something someone can say is hidden. Now, coming to me personally, because of my own revolutionary orientation of things, I see this thing as a positive, because I feel like for a long time Nigeria has been bedeviled by complacency and apathy. So I feel like as things begin to tighten up in the country, is beginning to increase the consciousness of the people to get to the threshold it needs to get to for us to be able to take matters into our hands as the people and move to the next level. I feel like the future of Nigeria is very, very bright. I feel that because I know that normally as in Igbo parlance, they say chukujeku, which basically means dialectically, there are contradictions. Everything that you see is progressive and is moving us towards where we need to be going. Even the hardship that you have are for a reason. So I feel like in Nigeria right now, no matter how hard things are, is a step forward, because dialectics is not always a straight path. Sometimes it goes up, it goes down. So I feel like even though things are hard, is moving us forward to the threshold we need to get to before we can change our condition.
The current situation in Nigeria now is very, very bad. It's very, very bad. Like for instance now, for transport, like from here to Ababa, before is 200, but now it's 500. Do you see the difference? So for instance, like I'm into printing, the cost of the material that we are buying before is not what we are getting it now. So the whole thing is changed, everything changed, and everything is very, very bad. And when it comes to electricity, before light used to, but now there is no light. The way I'm seeing this country now, I don't think there is hope. Do you understand? I don't think there is hope. The whole thing now is kind of, the thing is like, kind of, we are just getting in as if it's our culture. So he's mastering us. So that's it.
Everything is hard. Like, that's the main point. In every aspect, monetary, lights, like everything. From my house to my workplace, the transport fare, feeding, Jesus Christ. My salary doesn't last up to 2 weeks.
Honestly, it's a terrible situation. I don't even know where to start because the thing affected the entire economy. I don't know. For instance, now, for the past 3 to 4 days, we've not gotten light. And you know, light is the major thing that helps in, a business, So as anything stands still, fuel also is on the high increase. So the thing is affected, and once something like this started happening, it's affecting the entire economy. It's only God that can tell, because from the way I'm seeing it, I think it's like the thing is getting worse on a daily basis. It's getting worse. I'm not seeing unless by the intervention of God Almighty. But now, I don't think there's any hope for us now.
From the responses gathered, it is clear that Nigerians are facing a range of challenges in their daily lives, especially in areas of economy, transportation, and access to basic necessities. Despite these difficulties, many still express hope for improvement and a better future for the country. I am Sharon Uche, Aneke TV.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Leadership, in its deepest sense, is not the occupation of authority, but the assumption of moral weight. It is the invisible burden of choice, the negotiation between power and conscience, between what is possible and what is right. In every society, but especially in Nigeria's complex and evolving democracy, leadership becomes the mirror which a people either recognize their dignity or lose sight of it. Integrity, therefore, is not a decorated virtue attached to leadership. It is its very substance. It is the invisible thread that binds intention to action, promise to fulfillment, and power to responsibility. Without integrity, leadership becomes performance. With it, leadership becomes philosophy in motion. To speak of an egalitarian society is to speak of a moral imagination, a society where human worth is not negotiated by birth, geography, tribe, or privilege, but recognized as an inherent truth. Yet, such a society cannot exist in abstraction. It must be constructed through the ethical decisions of those entrusted with power. In this sense, integrity is not merely a personal virtue, it is a structural necessity. Nigeria, like many post-colonial societies, carries within it a tension between promise and practice. Its constitutional ideals often rise higher than its institutional realities, and in that gap between aspiration and execution, the question of integrity becomes unavoidable. For every broken system is first a broken commitment, every weakened institution a reflection of compromised truth. When leadership loses integrity, societies does not simply become inefficient, it becomes fragmented. Trust, once fractured, does not merely disappear, it recedes into cynicism. Citizens begin to expect failure as normality, and governance becomes a theater where hope is repeatedly rehearsed but rarely fulfilled. Yet, integrity in its truest philosophical sense is not merely the absence of corruption, it is the presence of coherence. It is the alignment of inner conviction with outer action. A leader of integrity does not simply avoid wrongdoing, they embody consistency in a world that constantly rewards compromise. In such coherence lies the foundation of equity, for inequality is not sustained only by economic imbalance, but by moral inconsistency, where rules apply differently depending on proximity to power. An egalitarian society demands more than equal laws. It demands equal moral application of those laws. This is only possible where integrity governs leadership. To build a society, institutions must outlive individuals, and principles must outweigh personalities. Yet, even institutions are also as strong as the moral will that animates them. Integrity, therefore, is not an abstract ideal suspended above realities. It is the force that determines whether systems remain hollow structures or become living instruments of justice. There is also a deeper philosophical truth. Societies do not collapse suddenly. They erode gradually through repeated exceptions to integrity. Each compromised decision becomes a precedent. Each silence in the face of wrongdoing becomes permission. Over time, what was once deviation becomes culture. And yet, integrity is never beyond recovery. It is continuously available as choice. It is the possibility of return. In leadership, it is the decision to be accountable even when no one is watching, to prioritize the public good even when private gain is easier, and to recognize that power is not ownership but stewardship. An egalitarian society, then, is not a distinction but a moral discipline. It is sustained not by slogans of unity, but by the daily ethical labor of those who govern and those who are governed. It requires a shared consciousness that justice is not automatic, it is maintained. In the end, integrity is the quiet architecture of trust, and trust is the foundation upon which societies either stand or collapse. Nigeria's future, and that of any nation, will not be determined solely by the abundance of its resources, but by the depth of its moral seriousness. For leadership, stripped to its essence, is not the exercise of power over others, but the faithful responsibility of power for others. And in that responsibility lies the possibility of a society where equity is not merely proclaimed, but lived silently, consistently, and justly.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, over to pleasant greetings to everyone watching. You're tuning to Sunrise here on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness, love, and purpose. Bringing you today's daily dose of brightness and joy. I'm Good Hope Chukuma, coming to you live from our studio here in vibrant Enugu.
And good morning to you, our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. They say the sun does not need to boast of his powers or its brightness. It simply shines. Well, the sun is up, the coffee is hot, and we're here to make sure you don't just witness this day, you own it. Thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
It's Wednesday, 22nd of April 2026, so it's another new and wonderful edition of Sunrise. It's a power-packed morning with the latest news, weather, business, stock updates, hot topics, and that's Sunrise Spark to help you on the day.
So, grab that cup of coffee or tea, relax, enjoy the ride, because Sunrise is here.
Coming up shortly, we kick things off with our quote of the day, something inspiring to shift your perspective and help you stay well-driven or focused.
Then, it's straight into the day's top headline. All the key news updates that you need to remain informed will be shared, hot, tasty, and of course, debated.
We'll also give you a full weather forecast for cities across Southeast and beyond, so you know what to expect before stepping out.
And later, we'll step aside and unleash the man of many parts, the sports oracle, to keep you up to date with the happenings in the sports world and leave you smiling.
Well, we'll go back to the quote of the day, our inspiration segment, which says, the price of apathy is to be ruled by evil men. This is a quote from Plato. The price of apathy is to be ruled by evil men. The price of apathy, the price of not engaging in any political activity, the price of turning down or refraining from participating in the decision-making of your state or of your locality is that evil men takes over. And you know how evil men, what happens when evil men take over? Evil men take over and it becomes an issue where some people start praying, while some people start protesting, while some people start engaging in other activities that they want to take away the evil men. First question is, if you don't want evil men to take over, you must actually participate. You must not be refraining. You must not be taking your aback from politics. A lot of young people, this is for you too, so that you know that if you don't go ahead to participate in politics or anything related to that, evil men will actually take over, and that will be a problem, and that is not good for our society and for you as well.
Yes, there's a price to pay for lack of participation. You see, evil continues to thrive when good men do nothing. A number of times we'll complain about the shortcomings, the inadequacies, the do's and the don'ts. Our expectations are cut short simply because there is a leadership that we didn't participate in electing. So we'll continue to complain about their doings, the things they didn't do well. What gives you the leverage to complain? What gives you the leverage to speak? You know, like the quote rightly says, the price of apathy is to be ruled by evil men. And we are telling you that there is a price to pay. And the price to pay for not participating in the process of electing our leaders is that you should keep mum. You should shut your mouth. Do not complain when others are. In fact, you've traded the right to complain. So whatever you see, the economy is bad, keep quiet. NEPA is not working, keep quiet. There is no water flowing, keep quiet. The roads are bad, keep quiet. Because that's the price you pay for not participating. Therefore, we encourage you this morning, go out, get your PVC. If you already have, keep it handy. Get ready. Soon, INEC will blow the whistle. And it will be time for us as citizens to exercise our constitutional right to choose the right leaders who would spearhead and drive this nation forward. So we encourage you and we remind you that yes, there is a price to be paid. There is a price to be paid. The price of apathy is to be ruled by evil men. So, in order not to complain, in order not to call them weak men, in order not to call them evil, we have the privilege, we have the right and the opportunity to elect our leaders. It is said that the leaders we have is a reflection of the followership. The time is ours, and the time is already upon us. So sit up, be ready, get involved, get your PVC.
Yes, we go on a short break and we'll be right back with the weather report. Stay with us.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Let's take a look at the weather across major cities in Southeast today.
Good morning, Oka. The day begins warm around 25 to 27 degrees Celsius, and you may already feel a bit sweaty when stepping out. As the sun rises in Oka, the temperature climbs to about 31 to 33 degrees Celsius, making the afternoon feel hot and slightly uncomfortable. As the day goes on, clouds start to gather and rain is likely later, sometimes coming in suddenly. Once the rain falls in Oka, the evening turns cool, calm and refreshing, making the night feel much better.
Good morning, Enugu, and welcome to the coast city. Morning comes in cooler and more relaxed at 24 to 26 degrees Celsius, giving you one of the most comfortable starts in the region. As the day progresses, it warms up to around 30 to 32 degrees Celsius. Rain will come possibly in the afternoon, and once it falls, the air becomes fresh and breezy, making the evening very pleasant.
Good morning, Abakaleke. Day begins calm at 24 to 26 degrees Celsius, but don't be deceived, the heat builds more here. By afternoon, it can reach about 32 to 34 degrees Celsius, making it the hottest among states today. You will feel the sun more strongly in Abakaleke. Later, clouds gather and thunderstorms are likely, bringing relief. After the rain, the evening becomes cooler and more comfortable, and the night feels easier.
Good morning, Imo State, and welcome to my favorite city of Owerri. The day stands warm and slightly humid at 25 to 27 degrees Celsius. By afternoon, it rises to about 31 to 34 degrees Celsius. Later in the day, rain or light thunderstorms are expected, and after that, the night settles into a cool and slightly damp environment.
Good morning, Umahia. The morning starts mild and easy at 25 to 27 degrees Celsius, giving you a gentle beginning. As the sun gets stronger, the temperature rises to about 31 to 33 degrees Celsius, and the afternoon becomes warm with a bit of humidity. As evening approaches, rain showers are likely, helping to cool things down in Umahia. The night then becomes cool, calm, and peaceful with a fresh feeling in the air.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, dress light, and do keep an umbrella close. Rain or shine, we've got you covered. And that's your weather report here on Sunrise on Aneke TV. We'll go on a short break. I will return with more updates. Stay with us.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Welcome back. Now let's take a quick look at what's making the front page headlines across major newspapers today, from The Nation, from Daily Trust, The Guardian, Vanguard, and the rest of the papers.
And joining us this morning is Mr. Res Arum, Aneke TV's in-house analyst, to help us debone and divest these issues. Mr. Res, it's a pleasure to have you on Sunrise.
Thank you, Mr. Uche, for having me this morning. Once more, we're here to discuss or do an insight on the newspaper headlines.
All right, Mr. Res, I know you don't want this question, but I always ask, how is Nigeria treating you?
Fair.
Fair. Very fair answer.
All right, we'll start with the Punch headlines, which says alleged coup plot. Silver, 5 others arraigned, officers' wives seek justice. On the Guardian headline, we have anxiety in opposition as Supreme Court decides fate of ADC, Labour Party, PDP today. On The Nation, we have Oyedele replaces Idun as Minister of Finance. Now on the Daily Trust, we have Silva, others charged over plot to host Tinubu. On the Vanguard, we have alleged coup. Ex-Minister Silva, retired general, orders to be arraigned today. On the Nation, we have Oyedele replaces Idun as Minister of Finance. Taiwo Oyedele has taken over as Minister of Finance, replacing Wale Idun, signaling a shift in economic leadership and potentially new policy directions for managing Nigeria's finances.
All right. Mr. Rees, let's start with you. Let's get your insight into this ministerial shakeup that many never believed would happen, given how long Wale Idun has been with Mr. President.
Yeah, given the fact that Wale Idun has been a utility servant or a utility player in the administration of Bola Tinubu, everybody is shocked that there's a summary sack, you know. Well, maybe because of certain things that were raised during the budget defense about 1.something trillion growing wings. Remember that Honorable Ikweche of the House of Representative was able to query and interrogate that funds were not released for capital projects while the same foreign loan taken were not expended. So he was worried, and it was expository, and he insisted Edu was unable to defend it. So probably that could be why he's gone. That is my thinking. But at the same time, you know, for Tinubu to do away with him is surely something we believe that he has good intentions to possibly shake up the ministry in such a way that it will be beneficial to Nigerians. We believe that any government that's doing a shake-up is possibly to give itself a more balanced and better understanding and approach and the administrative situation to the administration. So to shake up is to set the administration better. And that is exactly why he actually, of course, two ministers are gone. Edu is gone, the other deployed. You know, Oyedele has been there as a junior minister who replaced the woman who defended the budget. So Oyedele is now the Minister of Finance, and possibly he is taking up the supervision of the ministry. Well, it is not poisonous, it is not sinful, it is not bad for an administrative checkup, especially when the administration is, you know, being bombarded with a whole lot of criticisms. You know, the government is facing a very tough challenge from Nigerians and the opposition group as well. So they have to really shake up to restructure and reposition the administration in such a way that they will do better, because you still have many months to prove that the administration is capable, and many months to make Nigerians believe in the administration in such a way that there will be a re-election of the APC into the center in Nigeria.
All right. You know, I would start by the word of the legendary Chinua Achebe, who said that it is praiseworthy to be brave and fearless, but sometimes it is better to be a coward We often stand at the compound of the coward to point, to the ruins where a brave man used to live. However, this morning, I would rather want to tow both parts, both the part of the brave and the coward as well. It is, like you rightly pointed out, the constitutional right and duty of Mr. President as anchored on section 148 and 147, 148 of the 1999 Constitution as amended to reshuffle his cabinet, appoint whomever he so pleases. And looking at the merit of these appointments, you would know, and you will agree with me, that it's been in the coming. Remember, as at March 16th, Taiwo Oyedele was sworn in, replacing the woman he talked about. He took that oath of office, at the fake meeting, and was appointed the substantive Minister of State for Finance. I knew that a day like this would come, where there will be a total shake-up. However, having said that, for me, a lot of people may not believe that a day will come when Mr. President will tell Wale Edun that it's time to pack and go home, being that their trajectory over time predates, their time in Asorok. Having said that, it is worthy of note that, yes, Wale Edun may be remembered for his macroeconomic takes, that which we have been told is beginning to wear a consolidating phase. However, it will equally be reckoned that under his watch, while on paper the economy seemed to be very good, the common man in Nigeria was left impoverished to fend for themselves. These are the things that we'll remember about this minister. Having said that, Dangiwa, who is the minister of in the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, what do we remember of him? The protests of contractors clamoring for not being paid. In all, I maintain that, like you did submit, that the president is within his right to shake up his ministers. But the reasons we are not sold, is it for non-performance? The answer is there. However, while I chose to toe the path of both the coward and the brave man, is that, yes, on the surface, it is the right of Mr. President. However, we seem to be suffering from a selective amnesia in this nation that would tend to forget trajectory. And those trajectory, I stand to be accused of ethnic bias or jingoism in this line of argument. And that point being that since the inception of the APC administration in Nigeria, we've tilted towards being clannish. I am aware in this nation that we have qualified people across ethnic lines. I am very much aware that for the position of the minister or coordinating minister of the economy and that of finance, that there are able qualified people beyond one ethnic stock. It has been the practice of the APC government, starting with the administration of President Muhammadu Buhari, to appoint people of their clan into government. Nigeria, being a federating unit, is such that the president has the prerogative to appoint whoever he wants, but would need to appear not to be, biased against towards our own ethnic stock, because that's been the trajectory. And Mr. President, in appointing Wale Edun and relieving him, has gone back to his ethnic stock. And I feel that this is not the right trajectory for this nation.
I want to actually differ with you on this. You already quoted the section of the Constitution that empowers the president to appoint. And remember, failure or success in the administration of Nigeria lies on the president. If the president will appoint a spirit, let's say there's a way a spirit will come to work with the president, it would even be better for the president to appoint a spirit to give him what? Give him results. The kind of results that will make Nigerians happy. So it is not based on, federal character sharing. Although the federal character is part of our law, but we find out that federal character issues are not effectively implemented. If we have to implement the federal character, then it means we have to bring out everything and lay it on the table. Yes, but the federal character issue is somehow not implemented, not cared for. Otherwise, we'll bring everything in Nigeria. In fact, we should even be talking about most things, even politically, on sharing, power sharing. But for you to succeed in any administration, if it involves getting a moment's spirit to get up and stay with the humans and begin to give you the result that will make the citizens happy, I think you have the right to do it. So the issue of, where it is criticizable, when you talk about selective amnesia, it is equally part of the selective amnesia, because you can decide to toe your part since it does not openly go against one. Criticisms are bound to be. You are supposed to criticize the administration for what it is. But the right and the constitutional right, the fundamental right, the constitutional right, or whoever that has an administration is still protected. And when it is protected, it means that he has right to reshuffle the members of his cabinet at will, at any time. And he has right to come into Aneke TV and pull Uche or Sai and make him the Minister of Information. And when he makes him Minister of Information, possibly people will begin to think that there are some ethnical. They will now begin to think, oh no, it's petermbah that nominated him. Oh no, it is so and so person nominated. But that's not the way. The thing is that the president has a right to take whoever he thinks will give him result, and that is what we are expecting. If Oyedele will give him result better than what Edu has done, in such a way that there won't be criticism, in such a way that there won't be questions about funds not released as and when due, in such a way that certain monies won't develop wings and fly away from the government coffers. Fine and good. That will make Mr. President to achieve his goal. And the goal
moreover, is an issue that we all is an issue that we all are looking into. I mean, this is about the financial side of our nation. So if that would actually make the work done, that's fine. You will not see a Nigerian from other ethnic groups coming out to say, oh, things are not reaching them, if they are benefiting, if the man on the grassroots is having what he should have. If that is what can make the government to move forward in that side or area, that's fine.
All right. I did cite section 147 and section 148 of the 99 Constitution as amended, which states that it is the prerogative and the right of Mr. President to so appoint whoever he wish. However, if Nigeria is being the way it ought to be, we won't be talking about ethnicism, we won't be talking about clan, we won't be talking about region, we will be speaking to Nigeria and Nigerians. And I did anchor on the fact that since the inception of this administration, it has made us to begin to bear such light on the ethnic origin of appointees. Now, to concur with you again, that Mr. President, the buck stops on his table. He needs to deliver. Yes, I agree. As the Nigerian Constitution, section 114, subsection 3, This states that appointments has to have, must be conducted in such a manner as to reflect the federal character of Nigeria. And this part of the Constitution is intentional. He understood section 147 and 148 very well and understand that there is a tendency for us to, relapse back to our origins rather than to the federation by putting this provision. However, the point I'm trying to make is that the era of former President Shehu Shagari, we saw in that administration a young individual from other regions. That administration trusts up the likes of individuals who so remember and revere, those who, irrespective of where they come from, stood against even their origin. Remember Chubo Kadibo, at a point, speaking to the Great Zik of Africa, where there was a misgivings about elections. You remember that quote? He referred to Zinc as the ranting of an act. That was a time when Nigerians, looked at issues beyond party lines on ethnicism. There wouldn't have been a way for someone of Chuba Kadibo's young standing as at that time to challenge this basic of Africa. But away from that, we move on. Remember in 1999, we had the President Olusegun Obasanjo, who in the life of his administration is acclaimed to have run the most effective, productive, well-meaningful government that benefited Nigerians more than every other administration over time. And in the last administration, we saw a reflection of Nigeria in his administration. He wasn't clannish. He wasn't ethnically biased. The minister was from a different ethnic stock. Likewise, many ministers, he was hell-bent on results rather than where they are from. And I do, like I did anchor on Chino Achebe, that I want to assume both parts this morning, that of the coward and the brave man. And I dare challenge, and I say that Mr. President, in his appointments, have told the part of late Muhammadu Buhari. In wanting results, there is no gainsaying the fact that it must come from his small clan. And I tell you, let me digress a bit. If I travel down southwestern Nigeria, I will tell you that people are still clowning and crying by a different bias within the ethnic stock, that a certain people are being favored by this administration. Having said that, the point is, Mr. Rice, that we need to be Nigerian in outlook. Mr. President, in what result can have, who know the resources at his disposal, who know the reach of the Nigerian president, that he can get sound, economic, oriented, sharpened, well-tutored mind of Nigeria and Nigeria extraction in any part of the world to occupy this position. While I speak these things, let's talk about Wale Edu, for example. Many never believed that a day will come. And I am about to ask, where did the parts separate? Is it because on more number of occasions, Wale Edu has come out publicly to speak against the position of the administration when they tell us that the economy is consolidating or that the inflation deficit are so, and he comes and gives us a different number? We need to begin to interrogate the Nigerianness of our practices. And I still anchor, while granting that your views are tenable, that we need to be Nigeria in outlook, in appointment. We don't know to begin to continue to favor an ethnic stock. Because you know why I'm shouting today? A day may come in this nation when you will see someone appointing every position in government to members of his own clan or members of his conclave. And there will be precedents. There won't be precedent for that.
It has happened before. People have appointed people of his own family as members of the government. We have seen that over and over. It happened in Imo State, which is very close to us. Yeah, we know when Rochas appointed his sister as the commissioner for. We know when enjoyment, and we know when
happiness
Rochas was going to install the husband of the daughter as a governor, and so on and so forth. people, so we have seen situations like that. That is the Nigerian way. You see, Nigerians most often are leaning on ethnic sentiment. Ethnic leaning is part of Nigerians. That is why we do not talk Nigerian. Nigerians are not patriotic. They don't rely on a kind of Nigerianness, quite unlike what is obtained in the United States. Because these are people, multi-ethnic, nation, where a number of ethnic nations come together as a state. And then they talk about their country. You talk about America, and you don't talk about any Latin, this, English, or that. In Nigeria, we have more than 250 ethnic groups.
Yes.
And each time any person from any of the ethnic group comes on board, he will now begin to think about his own people. And his people will begin to say, yes, our man is the president. Somebody the former Boala, or is that Boala? Yes. He said that when Buhari was president, they caught a Fulani man, taking his flock and heads into his farm, not knowing that he was the secretary to government. Yes, and the Fulani man, he asked the Fulani man, "Why are you doing this?" He said, "Their father, their leader, is now president, so they can do whatever thing that pleases them." That is why he answered him, not knowing who he said he was even the secretary to government, and look at what happened to him. Then what will happen to somebody who is nothing in Nigeria at that time? So that is what we call ethnic leaning. So people do whatever pleases them when their own person comes on board. And that is the way it is. Buhari, of course, demonstrated that when he actually, of course, I agree with you that Obasanjo even gave the economic management of Nigeria to the Igbo man, because we had the governor of Central Bank, Bank of Industry, name them. You see almost Minister of Finance and all that. So the economy was being run by the Igbo people. And of course they did well.
Yes.
Because that is why we have had, since the new dispensation after the military, we have had the best administration under Obasanjo. Although we did not achieve all we needed to achieve, but I think that administration should be adjudged the best so far, except there's going to be a magic from the present administration. If they begin to give us power, we begin to revitalize our moribund sectors, because Nigeria had this plan about automobile, and we had 5 automobile firms, and today none is actually working, none is flourishing. People have been sent back home, people who were employed, so and so on and so forth. So all these things, if the present administration will do a magic and begin to revitalize the textile industry, that's the highest employer of labor in Nigeria after government, fine and good, then we'll be happier for it. But for now, the Obasanjo administration remains the best.
Granted. In all, while we congratulate the new appointee, Taiwo Oyedele, yes, and who has committed to serving, this administration and Nigeria and give his utmost best, we equally congratulate Mr. President on reshuffling, on this cabinet reshuffle as well, while we wish those who's been sent home, Waledu and Rabe Ahmed Musa Dangiwa, all the best. However, our apologies that we'll have to look beyond this appointment, because our hope and prayer is that Nigeria gets to a point where we begin to think Nigeria first.
We go over to the Vanguard headline, which says, alleged coup. Ex-Minister Silva, retired general, orders to be arraigned today. Former Minister Timipre Silva, a retired general, and others are said to be arraigned in court over an alleged coup plot, marking a significant development as authorities move forward with legal action in the high-profile case. This is about a coup that was alleged to have happened, or that was from the whole thing. This is the major reason why the military parade that was meant to be carried out last year to commemorate the 65th independence of Nigeria. This is one of the reasons why it was cancelled from the side of the federal government, that there was an alarm of a possible coup against Mr. President. And if you check this from last year, you also find out that at that point, there was nothing mentioned until January, where they were said there were some people, about 16 persons, who are going to be arraigned in court, who have been held hostage. Now, from this side, you will also see that the major thing that this minister and others who have been accused of alleged coup are just treason, that they did not inform, or they knew about a high-profile information as against Mr. President, as against the state, and they did not inform, or they did not give out the information, and they held it down. Then raising questions and concerns about how this whole thing came into being. Of course, it's a coup issue, and I have to be very careful with how it is. So, Mr. Rex.
The situation was that there was a queue car, and the president had to now stop the independent anniversary last year. Of course, the Ministry of Defense or Defense Headquarters came out with an information that there was none.
Yes.
Not until, and possibly that statement may be strategic to allow them make serious findings. So when they came out, there was no queue. It made some of the persons involved relax. But some persons actually knew that they are certainly going further than what they just said. That is why people like Timipre Silva, who is the Minister of State, Petroleum, left the shores of Nigeria for Brazil, from where I think he's currently staying in London. So he's going to be arraigned in absentia. He's going to be arraigned today in absentia. And of course, whatever that the judgment will be upon him will stay until such a time maybe Nigerian government may ask for a kind of rendition, or rendition to Nigeria, or possibly maybe he will be seeking asylum wherever he is, and if they give him one, he will stay. Maybe they will repatriate him, and so on. So the coup is not a very beautiful thing. It is treason. It is treason, and you know what you mean, mutiny. When you go against the powers that be, then you are into mutiny. You want to actually war with the president. And according to the laws of this land, treason and cases associated with that are meant to be given to attract capital punishment. And when you talk about capital punishment, the highest of it is the death sentence, and it has not been abrogated in Nigeria. The Nigerian law still upholds death sentence. So the chances of some of these persons, if convicted, the chances of some of them getting death sentence will be there. But most recently, the families of these people had, protested that they have been incarcerated, they have not been taken to court if they were found to have done that.
All right, that's quite informative, However, my submission on this issue is one, that I suppose that the Nigerian government has concluded its investigation and are going ahead to arraign these individuals in court. Like you did mention, some retired senior military officers, a serving police inspector, and the former minister of petroleum resources under President Muhammadu Buhari, who is at large. And Mr. S, my answer here is, if we've concluded the investigation, why are we not moving to extradite Tinubu or wherever he may be? Because Interpol, there are resources available to us. And one will expect the Nigerian Intelligence Agency, if we have conclusive evidence that there was a coup, that he participated in it, that these individuals are complicit in trying to overthrow a legitimate government and wage war against the Nigerian government, they should go after him and extradite him wherever he is in the world. And that's what I expect. And anything short of that, for me, is not just a failure of leadership, but a failure of the intelligence agency, a failure of the defense, and a failure of policing. He was able to get away from Nigeria. And at this instant, before he flew, there was already available information. People were being rounded off. The October 1st parade had been cancelled and all that. And he was able to get away. So, while we commend the action of government in taking these individuals to court, they shouldn't leave them in detention in perpetuity. Rather, they have to be prosecuted, legally prosecuted. Let them defend themselves. If they are found wanting, the Nigerian law will take effect, except Mr. President exercises his right under the Constitution, speaking to prerogative of mercy. However, I feel that they should, in good conscience, extradite Tinubu wherever he is. It is doable with the connection of Interpol. They can achieve that.
All right, we go on a short break and we'll be right back with other updates. Stay with us.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter who sorts is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Welcome back. Now we go over to the Garden headline, which says, anxiety in opposition as Supreme Court decides fate of ADC, Labour Party, PDP today. Supreme Courts are going to decide on these political parties that are crisis-laden, and the opposition parties, the African Democratic Congress, Labour Party, and PDP are on the edge of Supreme Court proposed rule cases, and this is what we're seeing. Looking at the tensions that have risen in the factions from the ADC and also in PDP, and also the disagreements in Labour Party about the National Working Committee. Yes.
Actually, I do know that about these three issues, that of PDP, Labour Party, and that of ADC, I do know that today has been slated for hearing. I do not know of the Supreme Court giving judgment on any of these matters. So the headlines were, of course, very sensational, that these people knows fate. Maybe as if Supreme Court is giving a judgment. But there may be rulings. There may be rulings. There may be rulings, motions that could be ruled, and that gives an answer to most of the problem, or to even the substantive suit, yes. But it's not as if maybe automatically these problems in this party, the intra-party problems in Labour, in PDP, and of course between ADC and inec, ADC, intra, and Nafi Bala, and all that, I don't think there's going to be a judgment today. But I believe that the Supreme Court will hear it because the counsels for the sides in all the three cases have not made their final submission. That is to say, you have to adopt whatever you have filed it. So the moment you adopt it, then the Supreme Court will go back home to do the needful, that is writing the judgment. And to write a judgment is not just what you stay on the table and write within 1 hour. Because certainly you must have to be doing the judgment based on the submissions of the counsels for both sides of every matter. You look at those submissions. If the submission of Counsel A and the submission of Counsel B has everything that it takes for you to tail the judgment towards the other side, that is where you look at it. So we are not expecting judgment. There could be rulings that could make or mar some of these matters.
Yeah, anxiety of the opposition is the right thing. Either there's a definite ruling or not. There may not be judgment, but there may be, rulings that may lead credence to the direction of the opposition today. But be that as it may, the pleadings should be that whichever hand that is in the pot of the soup, it should be rather be removed on time before it turns to the hand of a human being. Yes, and after all said and done, if the Supreme Court is able to salvage our democracy, that would be very, very welcome. In fact, in trying to salvage the democracy, the Supreme Court is expected to equally salvage the judiciary. This judiciary interventions and incursions, or if I may use the word meddlesome, in the affairs of political parties is not the way to go. And we expect the Supreme Court to do the right thing and let these opposition parties return to face their political party issues, begin to energize and position themselves towards the process for 2027. And they still stand in danger of the INEC timetable. Be that as it may, we hope that at the end of the day, the Supreme Court will be able to not just salvage the courts of the land, are able to restore sanity in our democracy. And in fact, if they may help us remove that hand from the pot of soup, that will be equally very, very appreciable by the majority of Nigerians.
Also in the news, El-Rufai to remain in custody till June. Nasser El-Rufai is to remain in custody until June, following a court decision indicating ongoing legal proceedings and delaying any immediate release. I thought this by now he was granted bail and all these things.
There was issue in another court.
He was El-Rufai granted bail in one of the court cases, and the second one, the day it was going to be done, the judge in charge was bereaved. So, and it was stalled. So, and presently, this bail thing is now lingering, and it has been put until June, which means the parties must have finished their primaries. And El-Rufai, who had the intention of running for presidency, may be in detention while these things are being done, which means his ambition will be kind of stalled, although he could still run from there if he is able to have a lieutenant that will mobilize for him.
Yeah. Maybe we may have another president from the prison. It's been a thing from prison to palace. President Olusegun Obasanjo did come out from the prison and became the president. Maybe we'll have an El-Rufai who will be from the prison to the presidency as well. But having said that, the question, like I did hear someone ask yesterday, is who is scared of El-Rufai? Is there anyone who doesn't want El-Rufai in circulation? or to participate in this whole electioneering processes till June. No, that's, for me, I do not know the position of the court in setting this issue till June. However, one would feel that El-Rufai on self-recognition alone, since this is not, these are civil issues here, you know, and criminal issues. But Nigerian Constitution, you know, says that a man is innocent until he is proven guilty. So in this instance, he can go ahead and take his his traveling documents, keep him under house arrest, or allow him to circulate, give him security, and then he would have come on a different day, rather than keeping him, you know, to be incarcerated till June. People may begin to, you know, be sympathetic that there is an intention not to have him in circulation for time being.
Yeah. Also in the news, the Nigerian Center for Disease Control and Prevention and the Cross River State government have confirmed a single case of COVID-19 in the state, triggering immediate containment protocols. This is about from the look of things, it's a Chinese who you know, was tested positive to COVID-19. So, I mean, rising the tensions that are in our health sector, looking at Lassa fever and other diseases, which Nigeria has been, you know, by the minute battling over time.
Well, it is not palatable to hear about COVID-19 scare again in Nigeria. We Nigerians will be scared once more. We are happy that the stories of COVID-19, as when it came, has been stemmed. You know, the tide has been stemmed over time. But now a new case has come. They are beginning to you know, investigate the line of contact of the person seen to be the carrier, and then with that they'll be able to maybe, you know, stop it within that area. Otherwise, if it goes out of Cross River, then automatically it will go, and the Nigerians knew exactly what happened. We lost notable persons in Nigeria when the COVID came in. Yeah. So, and if it so happens, that'll be dangerous, especially within this period of electioneering campaigns. So it will become epidemic. And well, Center for Disease Control are saying that they're up against it. They're working hard, and then even from many sectors have been activated. That is where you have to control these things, have been activated. They're standing by everywhere. So, which means Nigerians may be right in position to take care of the situation. I believe they will.
All right. You know, being that I'm under the weather, I became very much afraid upon hearing that news. Nevertheless, you've made a wonderful submission on this issue. We just pray that the National Agency for Disease and Control in Nigeria are able to nip this on board and contain it within that period. You know, but needless to say that we need to begin to, you know, observe a sort of social distancing and begin to be, you know, activate all COVID-19 protocols if need be, especially now that we're going into the political engineering and electioneering process one more time. Having said that, we hope that it is contained. This nation doesn't need any sort of scare, especially given the decay of our health institution. A lot of medical practitioners have left the country. So if there's an outbreak, I am only imagining in my head what a chaos it will orchestrate in this nation.
And that's a wrap on today's newspaper review. As always, you can grab your favorite copy from your nearest vendor or catch the full details online. And also, that's a wrap on today's edition of Sunrise. Thank you very much for waking up with us. It's always a pleasure. I'm Good Hope Chukwum, of course.
Mr. Rez, it's always a pleasure having to have this conversation with you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for hosting me once more. And for you, viewer, always be there for us and watch Aneke TV.
And I'm Uche Osai. Remember, you're not here to be average. Be unique. Keep watching Aneke TV till we'll come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good morning to you and welcome to Sports Wrap today on Aneke TV. I am your one and only host, the Sports Oracle. Just give it out to Sports Oracle because today it's an autumn day and we're going to delve into the games which was played yesterday. Of course, the game that was played yesterday was Chelsea game, and I can tell you that Chelsea people, Chelsea fans are... look at it from a broader perspective, and I'm doing this today with guy. I'm talking about Wowa. Wowa, good morning. Yes, you know I'm calling you Wowa because Chelsea, they are looking serious, and now they are not as serious as they should be. Now let's talk about this game that was played yesterday, looking at the position, looking at how much Chelsea tried to press into Brighton, how much they were willing to do what they know best how to do. But unfortunately, of course, Chelsea fans, I'm so sorry because it is not your plan to have a... What's that thing you called?
What? Which one are you talking about?
I mean their coach. No. There was something you called the coach.
Is it yesterday?
It was the day before yesterday. You don't remember
I've
again.
forgotten. I know. Maybe I've called him so many names.
Because I actually remember you called him something around tech guy.
Okay, normally he's the tech guy. Now. He's
a tech guy.
Rosemary is a tech guy.
He's a tech guy. Now, do you know when I was seeing that match, I think against Manchester United, every coach who has transitioned from the other leagues into English league, if they had hairs, they turn. It gets ruddy. Do you get? Looking at this guy, he was so fresh when he came. I don't know what's happening now.
The same thing that happened to Amorim. It's the same thing that's happening to him. You know, he's not getting lean. You know, the work is really stressful.
The work is really stressful. And let me just drag it to this extent. Do you know why the work gets stressful? Because of the fans.
The fans and the kind of league. He's coming from French league, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can't compare the intensity in French league to English Premier League. It's a different ball game. Then coming to Chelsea, which is supposed to be a top club, now you are taking them to. They are currently at number 7 now. You met them at number 4. Now they are at number 7. So it's just a different league. The pressure is different. The media is different. The publicity is different. Everything is different. This is a high standard league compared to Strasbourg that you are coming from. So you don't expect him to be that fresh anymore. So it's telling on him.
That's the same thing that has happened to Anislot. Just that Anislot is bowed. There's no hair on, and
he will remain in that position. There's nothing to.
There's nothing. You know. There's this guy that used to flip his hair backwards. That has flipped his hair more than he has scored. More than he has flipped ball into the net.
This guy Chris you're talking about.
Why are you calling names? I'm just trying to be.
Of course, there are many players that flip their hair.
No, I'm talking about the original one that used to claim that he is the Batman.
You know, as many players that flip their hair.
Right. They have right.
There's one other
guy
that
I think there's a team in England. All of them, their hairlines are intact. That's why they have never won a major trophy.
I'm not going to call names. I will not call any names.
No, all of them, their hairlines are their hairlines are out. Yeah. And you see those people who are bowed, they are very dangerous because they have gone they have gone through.
Yeah, the one that is saying it, I don't want to mention their names.
No, actually mention their names.
No, I don't know.
You don't know who I'm talking about. All right.
I don't have an idea.
All right. Now let's see what the paper holds today on the sports game. What actually is the paper talking? What actually are we expecting? And what actually happened just yesterday? We have Galatasaray step up special Osimhen recovery plan. Galatasaray are working on getting Osimhen back to the winning ways and playing his game as he knows best how to do.
Has he started playing?
No.
Okay, still on.
It's still. See, listen. Listen to me. What happened to Osimhen is not just something he can jump back to the pitch to start playing. You know, these guys, they have the best of the medical teams, and they can. In fact, immediately it happened to him. Just in few days, he was operated. He got into the surgery room. He had.
Oh, is it that? Because I don't know the kind of injury. Is it a broken?
No, it is on his wrist.
Okay.
It's on his wrist that he had the injury. Now they are stepping up because you know why they are doing this? Because Galatasaray has been shaky without Osimhen. At the end of the day, they will still tag him 80 million euros.
That's the
No. See. You know, that's why I always would say we are not being truthful, even as a community of football. If Osimhen if he was on the other climbs, you know, if he was he'll be 150 million.
Enzo Fernandez, as at now, Chelsea are tagging him like 100 million.
100 million. What's Enzo playing that they lost 3-0 yesterday?
If you ask me, I don't know what I'm supposed to.
What's Caicedo doing there that they lost 3-0?
Now you are going to tag Osimhen 80 million. Why Enzo is 100 million? Can you see?
Who? Please, you know, Osimhen can actually play any wing, especially.
As long as it's that front line.
It's that front line, especially. No, he can actually play.
I'm hoping he should leave Galatasaray soon.
Of course,
at the end of this season,
he should
go to somewhere bigger. A club that at least he should be competing for at least Ballon d'Or.
But let me tell you what these guys have done. Just a few months ago, not just up to 2 months, when he was, he was remembering the death of his mom, like a remembrance. These fans had to put him through by celebrating it.
Yeah, of course. No,
you saw that.
They always do.
You know that thing is a bait. It's actually a bait.
It's it's something for him to get emotional about.
And then he will now stay. Please, oh, you have done that. Let me go.
They have done well for him, especially the fans. They have always backed him, you know, being behind him, whether through thick and thin. They have always showed him love. So that might play a major role in him staying. But for me, I don't want him to stay. I want him to go to somewhere like Barcelona, who currently, I know Lewandowski at the end of the season is going. So if he's coming to Barcelona or even Liverpool now are short of striker. It's only Isaac that is there. So he should come to a top club where at least he will be competing for medals and all those trophies, not staying back at Turkey.
All right, now, because of time, let's look at Chelsea and what happened yesterday. Looking at Rosinho denies Garnacho's summer exit. Starting from Rosinho, that's the tech guy. The tech guy who is the Chelsea coach. Now,
Garnacho's exit.
Listen, what do you think is happening to Chelsea, please? What is happening to Chelsea?
You see, yesterday we tried to talk about Chelsea, but at the end of the day, you can't even arrive at a point that you see this is Chelsea.
No, I can arrive at a point.
What's the
I'm driving to the point now.
You see, you will not... for me, first of all, you see, when players don't perform well, I wish there is a law or there is something or there is a reasonable punishment you give to players where they don't perform well. Because I don't want to blame the coach entirely for their poor performance. It's not possible.
But watching at the way they play very well. When I mean they play well.
Chelsea play very well. I don't know if I would say that's a fallacy, but did you see yesterday's game?
First of all, they played a kind of game that Brighton plays.
Chelsea played, will I say they just came to the field to fulfill all purpose of coming to the field.
No, see.
How can you play a match without no shot on target?
No, see what's happening at Chelsea. The same thing happened to Manchester, their game against Manchester United. Chelsea, since João Pedro and the likes went to...
João Pedro.
Since João Pedro was injured, you would notice that there's a lagging in that front.
Apart from João Pedro, now 5 matches.
Okay, wait, let me ask.
5 matches, you have not scored.
You have not. No. See what's happening.
That's not only
5 matches there you have not scored. Does not even mean when you score you win.
Yes, but at least there is something to celebrate when you score.
Okay,
even when you lose the match, but you give the fans.
Don't you think this? Don't you think this has actually given them a suppressing feeling that they cannot maybe perform at their best again? Because for me, I'm thinking about this and it's very painful, even though somehow it's exciting. But
anyway, when you are down, it's left for you to stand up.
Abi.
Right?
And what?
Since when Enzo made that statement, I don't know where that problem started from. Since when he made that statement, then Cucurella also made some kind of statement about him wanting, to leave the club, liking.
Can I tell you something? Do you think, or can I ask you something? Do you think Chelsea is a big club?
Of course.
No, they are not. They are not.
You will say as at now.
Chelsea is not a big club. From the beginning, Chelsea is not a big club.
A club that has won the Champions League twice. You cannot say
they are not a big club. I have a reason.
Okay, what's your reason?
My reason is because you can't make such statements in Manchester United and still have...
That's on the player. That's not on the team.
No. It's on the team.
The player is responsible for his own statement, but you cannot use it to now say
No. You can't make such statements in Real Madrid and still get...
Do you know the kind of statement Garnacho made when he was in Manchester United? Before he left?
Listen to me. Garnacho is not... Okay, was he played?
Of course now.
How many matches?
He was part of the team.
He was part. He was not passive. There's something we call part and passive.
Manchester United is not a big team because Garnacho is saying one or
No. What I'm saying is that Chelsea is not a big team.
No, I disagree.
Chelsea is not a big team. Let me tell you why Chelsea is not a big team. Chelsea is not a big team because, first of all, if it is, or it was another team now that is facing this issue, how many people are hearing that Chelsea lost yesterday? We start checking a team that is big from their, not just their performance, but from their fan base.
Okay. Funny enough, Chelsea fans are complaining, but this thing.
How many of them? Okay, how many of the
what do you want them to do?
Okay, what do you want them to do?
They have sacked Maresca. They brought another coach. Are they going to sack this coach and bring another person?
Of course, when you sack this coach, you sign him for 6 years.
I don't know, yes.
And you're going to pay
2032. So we are just
you're going to pay him off.
You are going to pay him off. Imagine the financial implications. So Chelsea being a big team, they are big team. They have won Champions League twice.
Okay.
They are the
Does winning Champions League
winners.
Does winning Champions League twice guarantee you a big team?
There are some teams that have not even won it once.
I'm talking about
Arsenal has not won it once.
Arsenal is not a big,
but they are a big team.
In fact, Liverpool, Arsenal is not even a team.
Mention the big
Arsenal
six,
is
the big six in England.
We're talking about Manchester United.
1. Manchester City. 2. Liverpool. 3. Arsenal.
No, Arsenal is not there.
Mention them.
No, Arsenal is not there.
Okay, who are you
Arsenal is Arsenal is no, Arsenal is not there. Arsenal is
Chelsea is there. Even Tottenham now that are currently positioned.
Okay, let's say Tottenham is there. But let's replace Tottenham with Aston Villa. Because Aston Villa for now because Aston Villa looks they are together.
Yes, no, Aston Villa. When you are doing this analysis, if you are saying for now, well, we can say okay, yes, but generally in England, top 6, Chelsea must be there.
Okay, now.
So they are a big team. They have tried. If not for this recent form that they are running, I don't know. I'm tired of Chelsea. Even me, I used to pant Chelsea, but now there's nothing to pant.
Okay, there's nothing to pant.
I'm already tired of the club.
Now, let's look at the formation that they played yesterday. They played 3-5-2. They played 3-5-2. And talking about that formation particularly is a concern. Because when you look at it, you're going to discover certain lapses in the playmaking. First of all, there's no one who sole aim of scoring in the game or in the league or in that particular Chelsea position. There's no one whose sole aim of scoring was shown. Pedro Neto, where is Pedro Neto playing?
Pedro Neto was supposed to be. I don't know why.
No, you know what? I'm telling you this thing. Where is Pedro Neto playing? Where is he actually playing?
Why would Rosemary use this kind of formation?
Why do you call him Rosemary?
For me, it's like sticking to the Rosemary angle. Why we use 5 defense? Are you? Is there something you are doing?
There's a problem in the mentality. This same thing happened. You know, I keep mentioning Liverpool because you guys don't know why. There's this Liverpool fan that has been trolling, that has been trying to, talk down on the activity. I know somewhere he's commenting, he's trying to, raise his ugly head. But then, what I'm mentioning Liverpool is because there's nothing so different from what Chelsea is doing now. Liverpool even they have a clearer way they want to.
At the end of the day, they will attack you. I don't think Liverpool will play 5 defense.
They will not. No, they will not. Because look at what happened here. They are playing Cucurella. They are playing him. Everyone is on that leveling side of the midfield. Marc Gusto. They are playing.
Even this Lavia is more of a defensive player.
Okay, wait. Romeo Lavia was the one that they substituted in.
No, they took him off.
No, they substituted him against Manchester United.
Yes, okay.
They brought him in. Now, looking at this formation, what do you think Chelsea want? Who do you want Chelsea to score? Is it Dela?
That's just the problem.
Is it Liam Dela?
You know my problem with all these things. Apart from this set of people that he started, there's no one else to start to. If you check out the substitutes, if you check out the bench, there's nobody there. So I don't really blame him on who is starting.
Okay, wait.
This is what he has available. The only attacking options now that are here is Neto, Delap, and Fernandez. The only other player that you might have said he could have played is still Garnacho, that came on at the second half that had no contribution. So I don't know. That's why I don't want to only blame the coach. These players, you guys play for 90 minutes, 5 consecutive matches. You have not scored. Is there? I don't. That's how I'm beginning to see. It's like there's an agenda here. There's an agenda whether to take off the coach.
No, they can't. Chelsea can't have an agenda.
Because why?
Because if you have an agenda, it will actually be that you are trying to take away the coach. Are you going to pay him off the 60 that's running?
Players do that very well.
No, excuse me.
Players, they like that kind
of stuff. Can you contribute?
They don't care now. That's their own. They don't care. Once they don't like the coach, they will not play football for him. And at the end of the day, the club will have no option than to bring out another person for them. Because let's just take, for instance, yesterday's match. Let's look at the statistics.
Okay.
I want to take you to the statistics.
No,
let's just look at it.
I'm there already. I'm there.
Now, what was the shot, like total shot? I'm not even talking about
15. Total shot. 15.
Chelsea had no shot.
No shot on target. Like it looks as if
zero.
It looks as if this thing is photoshopped.
No, it's not photoshopped. I'm telling you, this thing. At least I watched some part of the ball. At the time, I got tired. How can you be playing and you have zero? That's Do you know what shot on target is? That's just play the ball, let the keeper catch. Even though it's one hand, as long as it's on target, let the keeper just save it and it will be recorded as a shot on target. There is nobody on the pitch that could play one shot to the keeper. If you don't play it inside the box, play it outside the box. Fernandez used to play shots.
What's the work of Caicedo?
Caicedo, no, I'm not taking. Caicedo is like a defensive midfielder.
Yes, I know.
He's not
But he does that.
He does that sometimes. Fernandez is there to do that. Pedro Neto is there to do that. The lab that is delaying Chelsea is there to do that.
I like that, and the lab that is delaying.
Anacho came on, is there to do that. But you played a full 90 minutes match without no shot on target. So what are you telling me? This is an agenda for me. You don't even have pity. You don't have conscience on the fans that came to watch, that paid some money, reasonable amount of money to come. Then you just to show them that you guys just came to the field. Assuming there was a law that could allow for a walkover, I think this would have been better to just give Brighton 3 points. It's still the same 3-0 scoreline. Welbeck came in at 80-something minutes. See how they go to score. Then somebody has been there for 19 minutes, the lap, and you didn't have any shot on target. You people cannot play shot. Okay, if the defense was too strong, you cannot play shot from outside the box. Is it not prohibited to play shot from outside the box in a football match? Neto played the 90 minutes. Dela played 90 minutes. Nobody got shot on target. Fernandez played 90 minutes. Leave the guys in the front. Caicedo was there to play shot.
Nobody.
I don't know.
We're going to see what happens at the end of the day. For me,
I'm tired of Chelsea.
For me, I'm not tired. The only people I'm tired of is Liverpool. Because Liverpool
has their own problem, but I don't.
No, they have a big problem, and we're not going to talk about Liverpool.
Clubs that have big problem, if you want to categorize them, now you should be starting from Chelsea.
From Chelsea
to Arsenal.
Because Arsenal.
No, in fact, I don't know whether it's a course or something. Are they supposed to bottle the league now?
No, they should.
A win today against Burnley, which they are going to get a win.
Yeah.
You guys will be on the same points.
Well, we're going to see what happens at the end of the day. Yeah. And this is where we're calling the day on this edition of Sports Wrap. Thank you very much for joining. I am your one and only Sports Oracle. Thank you very much worldwide for doing this with us. And we'll be back same time, same station on Aneke TV Sports. Have a wonderful morning. Bye.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world. Across Nigeria, electricity has become an everyday struggle. Blackouts are no longer occasional. They are part of daily life for millions of Nigerians. In homes, families spend long hours in darkness. Parents worry about keeping food fresh. Children struggle to study. And the cost of running generators adds to household expenses in an already challenging economy. Businesses are also feeling the pinch. Shops, restaurants, and small factories often spend more on fuel for generators than they earn in daily revenue. Perishable goods spoil. Production slows. Evening sales decline. Electricity, which should be a basic necessity, has become a luxury. Experts say the crisis stems from multiple factors: technical failures and aging infrastructure in the national grid, frequent gas shortages, and operational inefficiencies in distribution companies all contribute. Maintenance outage and tariff adjustments have further reduced the supply of electricity across the country. The impact on national development is significant. Schools struggle to conduct evening classes. Hospitals depend heavily on generators to keep life-saving equipment running. Businesses lose revenue, and the cost of doing business rises. The lack of stable electricity slows economic growth and limits opportunities for millions of Nigerians. Experts recommend practical solutions. increasing electricity generation, especially through renewable sources like solar, wind, and hydro, could reduce reliance on gas. Upgrading and maintaining infrastructure, stabilizing gas supply, and encouraging private sector participation in independent power projects would help expand supply and improve efficiency. Off-grid solutions such as solar panels, mini-grids, and inverters can supplement national supply, ensuring homes, schools, and businesses continue to function during outages. Energy conservation, smart meters, and transparent billing systems can also reduce losses and encourage reliable supply. Some businesses have already combined solar power with backup generators, cutting fuel costs by nearly half. Schools and hospitals using mini-grids continue operations even when the national grid fails. Expanding these solutions nationwide could significantly reduce the impact of blackouts, saving households money and boosting productivity. For now, Nigerians wait for a lasting solution. Stable and reliable electricity is not just convenience, it is the backbone of daily life, economic growth, and national development.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
As Nigeria prepares for the 2027 general elections, many are asking a question that resonates across the nation. Will this election finally be different from those that came before it? From disputes over results to delayed outcomes, past polls have often left citizens frustrated. But for 2027, hope is rising and citizens are playing a central role in shaping the outcome. Across the country, voter registration is surging. Millions of Nigerians, particularly first-time voters and young citizens, are taking active steps to ensure their voices are heard. Surveys show that more than 70% of Nigerians intend to vote in 2027, signaling strong public interest despite concerns about security and electoral fairness. INEC has introduced measures to strengthen the credibility of the elections, including continuous voter registration and biometric verification of voters. These efforts aim to expand and secure the electoral register, ensuring that every eligible citizen can participate. But election credibility relies not just on technology, it depends on active citizen engagement. Community groups, youth organizations, and advocacy networks are educating voters about their rights, the mechanics of voting, and how to report irregularities. These initiatives aim to empower citizens to safeguard the integrity of the process. Civil society coalitions are also lobbying lawmakers to adopt key reforms, including real-time electronic transmission of results. Advocates argue that such measures are crucial to building trust and reducing disputes over outcomes. Citizens are making their voices heard, demanding transparency and accountability from political institutions. Beyond advocacy, ordinary Nigerians are stepping up as watchdogs, monitoring registration and mobilizing participation, from educating communities to ensuring fair access to polling units. The public is taking responsibility for strengthening democracy. Their actions reflect a growing belief that democracy is more than casting a ballot. It is active engagement in shaping governance and holding leaders accountable. The 2027 election may ultimately be defined not only by reforms, technology, or institutional measures, but by the active involvement of citizens themselves. From voter education to advocacy campaigns, Nigerians are asserting their role as custodians of democracy, determined to ensure that every vote counts and the will of the people is respected. As the countdown of February 2027 continues, it is clear that citizens are at the heart of Nigeria's democratic future. Their engagement, vigilance, and determination will help shape whether this election marks a true turning point for the nation.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Time. The silent witness to human courage. The keeper of memory. The archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes, and legacy lives on.
Many thanks for joining us today on The Insight. Remember, The Insight is the program where we bring to you a bit of issues, politics, power, personalities shaping our nation. And today on The Insight, we turn to a hard truth confronting many Nigerians. The pain is real. The trust gap is widening. Across the country, citizens are feeling the strain of insecurity, rising living costs, and a sense that public institutions are no longer delivering the protection, relief, and accountability they promised. For many people, the crisis is no longer only about hardship. It's about confidence. Confidence in leadership, confidence in institutions, and confidence that government can still respond effectively to the daily struggles of ordinary Nigerians. So today, we ask difficult questions. What is driving this deepening public distrust? What does it mean for governance, and how can confidence be rebuilt before frustration turns into complete disillusionment? Stay with us as we examine the pain, pressure, and the future of public trust in Nigeria, starting with the various institutions, the leadership, our politics, the opposition, the judiciary, a whole lot of things to interrogate. And joining us to unravel this issue is a legal luminary, a human rights activist, one who prides himself more as a farmer. Welcome to The Insight, Ozo Nnadume of Fokansi. Ozo.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you to have you this morning.
It's like we've taken a break.
Yes.
And I dare ask, before we start, how is Nigeria treating you, Ozo?
Well, Nigeria happens to virtually everybody. You just pray it doesn't happen to you in the negative sense. Because if it happens to you in the negative sense, that's when you realize what others have been feeling. And you also find out that in this country there are about how many tribes, but the dominant ones are the Igbo, Hausa, and the Yoruba tribes. But the Igbo man, the egalitarian way of life, and his, kind of self-pride has made him conquer majority of these challenges that face the average Nigerian. But otherwise, man, it is getting hot.
It's getting hot.
I think it's like the Benin man will tell you, Django, don't they mature?
Django, don't they mature?
Django, don't they mature?
All right.
Yes.
Also,
thank you.
On that note, we'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll dive deep into these issues. Stay with us.
Very well.
Arrange the mic. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Have the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose odds is broad.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last block.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Welcome back and thank you for staying with us. We'll be looking at pain and the crisis of public trust. And with us is also Nadume of Fokansi, and he's been, talking on how Nigeria is treating him. But also, let's dive deep into this conversation. And I am throwing a different part. A number of times we'll critique the government inactions, and I want to ask, what exactly should the federal government do differently to stop killings, kidnappings, and banditry? We are losing soldiers. In fact, we are burying them. The other day was Brigadier General Brima, who lost a colonel. And yesterday, about 3 combatants lost to the insurgents as well.
Besides losing the soldiers, you also look at the humiliation of the soldiers that were captured alive by these insurgents. And you tend to ask yourself, how do we get here? Because these soldiers, we are talking about Brigadier General, we're talking about Colonel, we are talking about other servicemen. We're not talking about scores of other fighters, other soldiers that are paying the supreme price on a daily basis to insurgency. And these things are man-made, which I've grown old enough to know when Nigeria was stable. Except that during the war, I was a little bit young, because I won't say that a 4-year-old child has matured or known anything, or even a 3-year-old child just merely trying to walk. But at least that time, they keep on telling us that war is going on. And for those of them who ran away from the township that came down to complain what has been going on in the urban areas, the pogrom, the killings, and the bombardments that are going on, we digest these stories as kids, and there's implanting our very bright, untested brains. Many of them never went away. They are still there, the stories as they are told. But after the war, the fragile peace continued. The early 70s, we are still periods of suspicion. Can the Igbo man trust the Hausa man? Can the Hausa man trust the Igbo man? But the Igbo man, in his mercantile nature, also veered out to the north immediately after the war, and they commenced business. Many of them as early as 1973. We are doing good business in Maiduguri. So you now ask yourself, just 3 years after the war, what happened with 20 pounds given to everybody, even if you have 1 million pounds in your account? But then, to directly address the issue of insurgency, as you have asked me, and how can we stop it? So there's no rocket science in stopping insurgency. Just start to dip the thing from the board. You see, when you are sick and you want to take medication for the ailment or for the sickness, you must have to first of all identify the sickness, whether it is malaria, whether it is pneumonia, whether it is any other kind of ailment, before you now say, I will use this drug, I will use the other drug, so that you can get cured. Nigerians have identified sponsors of terrorism.
They have?
Yes, have. It is not something that is hidden. I think General Aneke, who was then in Onitsha during the time of peterobi, in national television, I think it was Arise News, said yes, the list of sponsors of terrorism has been released and given to the federal government, but they don't have the political will to bring those people to book. And that was why even America themselves have the list. That was why Gumi was banned from coming to Saudi Arabia upon the fact that he's a Muslim cleric. That was why some Nigerian terrorist sponsors were arrested in Saudi Arabia, in Dubai, I think Dubai, tried there and jailed. Are you telling me those people now know us more than ourselves? We know the terrorist sponsors. If you want to stop it from there. Now, those Fulani men who are veering into terrorism There are times they come on social media and say, we don't know what is gone. Oh. We have never touched AK-47 assault rifle. The only thing we know has ever been our cow. But it is the government that came and said, giving us this gun. They may say it open because they don't hide anything. And they just a while ago, even I think it was last week, when there was an attempt by this Tinubu administration to give marching order based on foreign intervention, foreign persuasion, to give a marching order to our soldiers. The terrorists came openly to protest so that these people should take it easy bombing their camps. That the soldiers should take it easy bombing their camps because they brought them here. So you now find out that it's like getting a rope, matching the rope, and still be pulling the rope and say, this rope, I can't pull it. The person who is matching on the rope is also the same person pulling the rope.
The same person matching on the rope
is the person pulling the rope and say, this rope, I cannot pull it out. So that is where the problem is. What is this Hajia's name? I still remember that woman's name. Who said that Tinubu called her when Tinubu was in London at the commencement of this administration, said to come and serve as a minister. And he asked Tinubu, what do you have for the North? And Tinubu told her, I have nothing for the North. He said, is it about, even about our insecurity? He said, no, I don't have anything for the North. The one now said, if you don't have anything for the North, you can't stem integrity, then that means I will not serve in your government. Because I want you to tell me what will happen. He said if he goes head on, I'm just quoting the woman, that Tinubu told her that if he goes head on to confront these terrorists, the tendency is that they might even kill. So do you see, apart from mundane fear, there is also no political will. I also recall when Jonathan was in power. That's why I say I'm growing old enough now to have seen at least 3 or 4 presidents in Nigeria. When Jonathan confronted insurgency with Yejirika, a then chief of army staff, this Rufai that is in detention now, he was governor in Kaduna State. It was he who said that Jonathan is trying to balance the scores of Igbos that were killed during the war. We want to balance it with clean of outside youths. And these people are not terrorists. The same Rufai. You can also see our National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, told us that these are our brothers. These killers are our brothers. That we must have to extend the olive branch to them. You can also see somebody who said, I want to be independent from this contraption called Nigeria. I'm talking about Nnamdi Kanu. He was hunted from wherever he may be, sold by his own brothers, got arrested, tried, and then George now dictated the prison where you should detain somebody you tried in Abuja. Now, bundles of people who murdered fathers, murdered sons, murdered daughters, raped, killed children, about 1,770 something of them, they say they are rehabilitating them. They sold Ashebi for them, gave them food, took them into a camp for about 3 months, 90 days, and said they are repentant Boko Haram fighters, that they want to be reintegrated into the society. Uche, let us take it that you are from Katsina. And people they will often say, may it not be you, but let us assume you are from Katsina. And your younger brother and your younger sister or your younger brother was killed by these insurgents. And you know the group that, because they don't hide anymore, they will come to your company and say, keep so and so amount of money for us, otherwise we'll wipe this village out. They'll come and deliver the message to you. Now, after killing your relations, and you know the people, you know, because those who live in your community to join them, you know them. It's just like this community police we are talking about. Now, they now arrested them. Because when we want to repent, repentance has to be voluntary. It's not something that because you are arrested by soldiers, you repent. It will look like the repentance of politicians. After Buhari had his coup in 1983, he dumped all of them in the Enugu prison here. Everybody became born again. So immediately they were released by the next administration, all of them came left the born again and became the conventional Christians they were. So what I'm telling you about is that to stop this insecurity, it's not a rocket science. Get the political will, the boldness to call a spade a spade. They are now arresting L5 because L5 has jumped to ADC. If you are still being in APC, nobody will talk about it. After all, there were some people who were arrested in what do you call it, in Kwara. And they said it was the national security that gave them guns. And when he was confronted, he said it is security, what do you call it, neighborhood people that are protecting the community. You could imagine. So, JC, we have a long way to go. So we want someone who have the political will to say, stop. The people in power now, they don't have it.
So what's lacking is the political will.
The political will. It's as simple as that. If I am the one sponsoring insurgent, pinpoint of focus, go and get him arrested. Not if, in fact, it is easier for our security agents to arrest some of us who are public analysts who criticize the government than arresting people who kill people every day. And once they arrest you, if you are, you can see what happens in social media. The other boy that said the other day that whether the Secretary of State government of Enugu State said he doesn't have a political party, he doesn't even have a polling booth, that there are people who are used for campaigning and policy, and there are people who are given appointment, which of course is true. It's not every aboro that campaign for it should make a commissioner. So why arrest the content creator that used it to create content? You shouldn't have arrested him because he said the obvious, he said the truth. So these are easy praise to security agencies than those who are committing real crimes.
All right. Let's tilt a bit towards the economy before we dive onto other issues of importance. And I'm asking, looking at the Nigerian economy, the current economic reforms, have they begun? Because, why I'm asking this question? There was a reshufflement today. Wale Dun, the coordinating minister of the economy, the coordinating minister of the economy and finance has been sent home, and Oyedele replaced him. Yes, I'm asking, is this the government saying that the reforms have not yielded the needed fruit?
That's exactly what it means, because somebody who is to drive the reform has just been removed. That shows you that for the past 3 years, that reform was a horse.
In what sense is it a horse?
If it has been working, you see, these people always parade anti-people policies in the economy. Remember when they removed subsidy, there are no plans what to use to cushion the effects of subsidy. Immediately subsidy, after his announcement address, he just called back and said subsidy, fuel subsidy is gone. That singular sentence, that same day, everything skyrocketed because fuel commands even the food we eat, because it is the fuel that drivers will put in their car to go to the rural areas to go and bring the food that will be brought to the urban areas where people don't farm much. So once the driver, in fact, the thing kept increasing. So it is a horse because it doesn't touch the people. Whatever economic policy Tinubu is putting in place does not touch the average Nigerian.
Okay.
It is for them, the elite class only, nothing more than that.
All right. If I may, this very episode is solution-driven, and I'm asking, what can we do to make these reforms more people-centered, and less disruptive, such that the public trust can be returned, that the economy has the capacity to create jobs, that the economy can be stable and lower living costs? Is it possible?
You go back to the basics.
What are these basics?
The basics is that political office holders should be, but the basics is that you get good political office holders who will win elections and win the people. And again, you trim down the overbloated governance, because governance in Nigeria is overbloated. I don't know why you should have 2 ministers per ministry. Even ministry that is redundant, you have 2 ministers. Those people in the National Assembly, what are they doing there? It should ordinarily be a part-time issue. If you come, legislate, you go back, you get your alert. You must have something doing. Politics should not be a full-time career. It has never been. It has never been. Even in the United States, where we borrowed the presidential system. I start from Clinton. Clinton left the presidency and became a law teacher at Harvard Law School. Obama left the presidency. In fact, Obama's daughter is richer than Obama because Obama's daughter is into show business. She's into music, she's into film production and the rest of it. She rakes in good money. The father was a former president. The father is not as rich as him. But where in Nigeria have you seen a former president? The daughter, who is a private person, is richer than. And he will say it is because Obama gave the daughter money. Obama didn't. The guy who just moved in, and why they moved in just through her own skill and talent. God-given talent and skill. And the America is where you can, whatever you want to become it because of the American dream. So here, you find out that these politicians that feed on our common patrimony, they will never want the discourse to change. They will always want it to be as it were, as it was in the beginning. So shall it be, world without end. That is what they preach. Because you can see how many weeks it took at Babio Senate, which is, of course, the worst Senate Nigeria has ever had. And the House of Reps, the worst Senate.
Why is it?
I will come to that. It will do how many days it took at Babio Senate to even amend the Electoral Act where we are clamoring for free and fair election and transfer of election results from polling booth to the IRF on a mandatory basis. That's what Nigeria wanted. We're not telling you, give us money. We're telling you, make elections credible, free and fair. That's all we are asking for. And what did he do? It took him approximately about 21 days or more. How many days in they legislate in these 21 days? Every day they come, they will bring one issue or the other. They will adjourn. Eventually, they did nothing. Because after passing the thing as requested, they now went and put a proviso that wherever there is no network, that the manner thing as shown for EC8A shall be deemed to be the primary source of election result, which is as good as you have not done anything. So that's why I said, if look at the speed with which they pass every bill brought by Tinubu for loan. Tinubu brings it in the morning. In the next 2 hours, it is passed. But the one that touches the people took them over 21 days, and they passed nothing. So that's why I said, to get these things right, basics, we'll go back to the basics.
We'll go back to the basics.
Yes, and like I said, if articles, what do you call it, Ababio's Senate, I still classify it as the worst Senate, because a Senate that doesn't carry out any oversized function, a Senate that sings on the mandate of the president, they shall stand, a Senate that sees themselves as a kindergarten school for the wife of the president, because the wife of the president invited them to a party, and they said, well, this is like invitation of a mother to his children. So the senators are the children of Mrs. Tinubu. Now, how do you expect that kind of Senate to be a robust one, where Tinubu will even be held accountable for whatever bill he brings? We don't want to see the Senate, the what do you call it, the Ken and Naman Senate. It's not easy. It's not easy to see that one again. We can't also see the Saraki Senate again. Even David Mark Senate, which then will classify as a rubber stamp too, is far better than what we are seeing today. The only Senate we have was Ken Naman and Saraki. Apart from these two, every other Senate president, they no follow.
They no follow.
They no follow at all. Every other state, they no follow.
All right. Let's tilt a little bit towards the political. And before I get into that the political space proper, I need to ask a question, and I'm asking about Nigeria's democracy. The institutions, are they strong enough to withstand the pressure of the 2027 election cycle? Speaking to democratic institutions.
Which institutions? Are you talking about inec as an institution? Are you talking to the police as an institution? Are you talking of judiciary as an arm of government as an institution? They cannot. Because Tinubu, first of all, went for what they call state capture. and he has succeeded. But this way he has not succeeded is the people's capture. That was giving him nightmare.
The people's capture?
Yes, he couldn't capture the people. But he has captured every institution of state.
For clarity, we are speaking to a captured police?
Yes.
A captured judiciary?
Captured army. Captured judiciary.
How is that possible? By one man?
It is possible because wike will always tell you, if you don't like what I'm doing, let us go to court. And wike is building mansions for judges. Should it be so? Which I'm asking you. We don't have what we call consolidated revenue account. If the Senate passes 100 billion for the third arm of government or the second arm of government, whichever judiciary is, because we have the executive with the legislature and the judiciary. If they pass $1 billion, for instance, for the legislature, they disperse it direct to them. They don't tell president to come and pay them salary. The National Assembly manages their funds. If they are disbursed, if the Senate approves 1 trillion for the judiciary, they will still append it to the presidency, with which president will now be buying cars for judges, buying cars for magistrates, buying cars for grand caddies. And he who pays the piper, they say, he takes the tune. They should give the judiciary their free hand. And this issue of, you can see, president appoints or nominates every Supreme Court judge in the United States. But they still go under the rigors of public pool. You don't just say, okay, I'm appointing a vacancy as the Justice of the Supreme Court of America, and you go up tomorrow to, no. You nominate him, you send him to the National Assembly. Reps will look at it, House of Senate will look at it, the public will also look at it, and every person that has ever dealt with you since you was a toddler will start coming up. If you are a man, every girlfriend you have talked with will come up and say, this is your character, I know him. That is before you appoint a Supreme Court judge. But here, the president will appoint a Supreme Court judge in the morning, Senate will confirm it in the afternoon, president will swear him in the evening. And he owes his allegiance to the president, because it is the president who appointed him and who swore him in. If he is sure that the president cannot remove him tomorrow, if he is so sure that it is the mandate of the people, including the strenuous screening from the National Assembly that gave him that job, you will see him do the right thing. In any case, judiciary has never been pro-people in Nigeria since politics started.
The judiciary?
No, they have never been pro-people. They have been against the people. I belong to that section.
I was about to ask you that. You're a prisoner of the Temple of Justice.
Let me start from 1993, when Abiola won the election. It was Justice Ipeme under a candlelight by 9 p.m. in the night that allowed the election. And Nigeria started burning. Justice Ipeme. Is he not a judge? Does she belong to the judiciary? Is it not the same Abiola 30 years after Nigeria now accepted he won the election and then gave him GCFR that is given to president posthumously so that should go and place it in his grave? Now, look at the actions of the judiciary in the 2023 election. You know that you are a judge means that when you interpret the law, it takes effect. But that doesn't mean that every other person cannot understand the words of the law. But the law was written in English. The Electoral Act, the Electoral Act, which is the law, says that election shall be transmitted electronically from polling booths to IRF. The method and the manner in which this thing will be conducted will be set out by the body, that's the institution itself. Now, they now devised the beavers. And now the beavers, they say they had glitches. It was this same glitch that didn't occur in the election of the president in the House of Reps, didn't occur in the election of members of the Senate. It was that same glitch that they now propounded and frustrated the Church of Nigeria in 2023. The people who felt they won the election went to court. That is peterobi. Now, it was the same judiciary that now told us that one INEC did, those rules they set out, is rule and not law. And when there's a conflict between the rule and the law, that the law prevails. In any case, was there any conflict between these two things? There was none. So once there is a law that gives you power to make a rule, that rule is part of that law. And they know that. That's why I said they have pro people. But they gave that ruling and silenced everybody. Are you going to kill anybody? That is why up to today, Tinubu is still finding it difficult to attract legitimacy. Because we know it is the inec and the judiciary that made him president, and not the people. And that is why, even when he has 32 governors to his kitty, 80% of members of the Senate to his kitty, 80% of members of the House of Representatives to his kitty, he has captured the judiciary, he has captured the army, he has captured the police, and yet he's still panicking. Whenever he sees opposition, he dives to know how we can spoil that opposition. If he has won the people, he won't be doing that. Because winning an election is different from winning the people. Unless you win the two, that's where you know you have popularity.
Winning an election is different from winning the people.
Yeah. Like Alex Oti won an election in Abia State and won the people. You can see the difference. Is here the man in Enugu won the election. He didn't win the people, and that's why he's rather concentrating on what the PDP way is, where he's already doing well, and people are trying to forgive the lapses of the election that divided 30,000 votes in the Kano East into two and threw away 15,000 into the dustbin and gave him 15. People were trying to forget it. All of a sudden, he jumped into APC. That's one of the greatest political miscalculations petermbah must have made in his life.
You call that a miscalculation?
It's a serious miscalculation.
Why?
Stop. Why should he jump into APC? You see where the fire is just igniting. You now went into, like Wike said, that is, he had malaria. Why should you go for someone that has cancer? So, he malaria and went to cancer. You are not joining APC because of APC's track record. You are joining APC because APC has become a dominant party that has been performing for Nigerians.
He said, in fairness to him, he said he wants to align Enugu State with the center. Okay. That we've been at the opposition for a long time.
But unfortunately, immediately we aligned to the center, things began to go higher down here. Things began to in the negative sense.
In what ways?
Let me give you an example. When he was in PDP, look at what he did in International Conference Center. A master stroke. It gives money to Enugu State almost on a daily basis. Look at what he did in Hotel Presidential. Look at the roads he has been doing both in the villages and in urban area. It is just now that the election is coming close that many of these roads, resumed. But immediately he aligned himself to the center. I'm not saying what the center has brought to Enugu. They say they gave us Southeast Development Corporation. So what is the Southeast Development Corporation doing? You see, Uche, one thing is that you marginalize yourself first before you say somebody is marginalizing you. I have not seen any reason why the Southeast governors cannot, since they were marginalized, they know that the railway from Port Harcourt to Sokoto has ever been the major rail line Nigeria has. Now, when Jonathan came, Jonathan ignored it. Buhari came. Buhari now built another one from Daura to Niger and built Lagos-Ibadan rail line. Now, the rail line that traversed from Port Harcourt to the north, they are losing the rail irons and they're stealing them and using them for fabrication here and there. Now, what stops the Southeast governors? Is there any law that says they cannot invest in rail? Invest in rail line. Link yourselves up. Since you were not linked up, do your own little commerce within yourselves. They didn't do it. Now, the Onitsha seaport, what stops the complete dredging of the river Niger? Even if it means contributing money by the entire Southeast and including Delta State, because they will benefit from it. Because we are mercantile in nature, we are businessmen. So why not do that so that our goods can leave Tinkan Island and move straight to Onitsha and dock there?
But these issues you cited are anchored in the Southeast Development Commission.
So, in paper, which in paper, how many of them have, which one has taken off? which contracts have been awarded. Now, they now want to build the coastal superhighway. They now started from the coast of the southwest and flushed it in south-south, still neglecting the southeast. And you tell me you aligned yourself to the center so that things will come from the center. In fact, things we are coming in from the center more when we didn't go to APC.
Also, before we go on a break, let me ask you a very important question. Since we are in Enugu State, you said the governor, since he joined the PDP, I want to get your opinion. Since he joined the PDP, he has neglected development. You're trying to say that he has performed better while in PDP.
Why in PDP?
Compared to now that he's in ADC.
I remember I'm not in PDP.
Yes.
But I'm telling you that if you go and conduct public opinion within the streets of Enugu, ask people, between the period this man was sworn in on May 9th, 2023, and the time he joined APC to align himself to the center, what difference have you seen? Enugu will give you their views. Because the man's performance, physical performance, whether it is draining our purse, whether he was borrowing money, it is for him and for our generations unborn to know how they calculate tomorrow in history. But the underlying factor was that we were seeing what he was placing on the ground as a PDP governor. And again, he has almost attained the highest peak of respectability in PDP. He then became the only person the PDP rally around to. Even now that they have this division, if he has been in PDP, he is somebody who can even talk to Wike will listen. Talk to, what is the other man's name?
Makinde?
Makinde and the other group. They will listen because they see him as an achiever. Nigerian Bar Association came here last year, August. A lot of people went home saying, oh, we now see that it's the Southeast that is marginalizing Nigeria, not Nigeria marginalizing the Southeast. Because what we saw in Enugu was a paradise.
Yes.
This is assessment of lawyers.
The lawyers gave a very good report
but it is
of
on
Enugu
the
State.
ground.
But
forget how the things are being run or where the finances are coming from. But what we saw on the ground was something that impressed virtually every lawyer. Because I've been attending conference since close to 26 years of this my job. I've been attending every conference, apart from the one of Kwara, that they said they had now commercial, I have to come back from Onitsha. Every other conference that I've attended. This one in Port Harcourt in August, I will still attend if God gives me life.
But also, in fairness to the governor,
yes,
one would say that PDP was burning, and a man whose house is burning needs to jump out either through the window or the roof. And the governor did jump out. And APC is a platform that is viable for someone who is moving away from the PDP.
He jumped out so quickly.
So quickly.
He didn't consider, because my father always tell us, when you come to a gutter as small boys, you always consider jumping and crossing the gutter. You have never considered jumping and falling inside the gutter.
All right. On that note, also, we'll go on a short break.
Yes.
And when we return, we'll continue to look into these issues. Stay with us. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is broad.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last block.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Many thanks for staying with us, and we'll be looking at the pain and crisis of public trust anchored on the political leadership, the institutional of democracy. And right now we'll be speaking with a legal luminary, a human rights activist, one who prides himself as a farmer, Ozo Nadiume Ofokansi. Ozo, it's been a pleasure speaking with you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm still here.
Now that we're in Enugu State, let's look at a little bit away, but let's look at the opposition in Enugu State. You know, we're speaking about a governor who, in his speech, intentionally wanted to align Enugu State with the center, reason he moved. But now that he moved, let's look at the state of the opposition. The APC is now a ruling household in Enugu State. The PDP, the Labour Party, and the ADC. In what states are they in?
Well, I see the, how do I put it? The cardinal program of APC is not governance, because they did not differentiate between governance and the politics. Immediately they were sworn in, they started campaigning for 2027. So they didn't have time to govern. And among these cardinal objectives of APC is to muzzle up every opposition. They don't want opposition. Even though it came into power as an opposition, when Lai Mohammed was lambasting Jonathan, front, left, and center. When Wole Soyinka, Professor Bakare, and this is Tinubu now who is the president, when they tried to occupy Lagos and occupy Nigeria because fuel moved from 87 to 97 naira. The same fuel today is bought at 1,450 naira. And Wole Soyinka is now asleep. Bakare has lost his voice. Oyedepo is no more fit to protest. They now want us to pray for the government. So, but this is, by the way, the opposition, you asked me, the opposition is very viable. But you know, the opposition we have in Nigeria is now one person.
One person?
One person is the only opposition we have.
Who is that person?
The person we have opposition in Nigeria is peterobi. There is no other opposition.
So if peterobi is the opposition we have,
drops dead,
that means opposition is dead in Nigeria.
Dead today, if he drops dead this moment, forget it. Tinubu will be a life president. Because there is no other opposition. Everybody who is angling for ADC is doing so, anticipating that peterobi will be giving the ticket for the president. If ADC fail to give him that ticket, invariably ADC will just go the way of Labour Party to just die a natural death. As to PDP is still trying to find his feet. Not everybody in PDP, they come to APC with the governor. No. Very many people in the PDP still remain in the PDP. My good friend, Ray Naji, he still turns himself as in PDP. Whoever wants to defend can defend.
Waiting for the judgment of the Supreme Court.
I'm coming. Now, Labour Party, Namadi Usman, I think Labour Party is still only alive in Abia State because of their governor. Namadi Usman, remember Namadi Usman got judgment to Supreme Court sometime last year. It took INEC September, October, November, December, September, October, November, December to put in the, in fact, September, October, November, December, January, February. It was February, about 6 months later. If you ask them, they say they are studying the judgment. Before they now put the name recognized by Supreme Court in their portal, in Labour Party portal as the chairman. And immediately, when they were begging them, they took the judgment to the INEC office. INEC accepted the judgment from both peterobi, Namadi Usman, Alex, and the court bailiff. And I said, okay, we have seen the judgment, we'll look at it. They were looking at the judgment for over 7 months. Now Peter now said he now declared formally for the ADC, the coalition. Having declared for the coalition on 31st December, Aneke, INEC now woke up in February and now included, removed the name of Abure and put in the name of Namadi Usman as the authentic leader of Labour Party. Now they have killed Labour. Abure now stopped granting press conferences. Abure now stop fighting with people in the airport because many obedience don't have that patience. They will see him wherever he is confronted. You are the cause of our problem. What is why? What are you doing in Labour Party state? Remember, Abure came to Newu and organized a national convention without World Convention, without local government convention, without zonal convention, without state convention. He now went straight and conducted state convention in Newu and proclaimed himself a leader. So the thing now started boiling. The only aim was to silence Peter. That's why I said Peter be the only opposition. Every other opposition I know is just there waiting for him to have his platform. Now, immediately this thing was concluded, Abure stopped organizing press conferences Abure no more telling people in airport. Abure no more desire fire and brimstone. Abure now left the Labour Party office. Reason, they have achieved their aim of pushing Peter out of the Labour, because Peter has ever told them it is better to do the right thing and fail than to do the wrong thing. That's what why following the due process of law. We got judgment. Abure stepped down. He refused to step down. Somebody was pumping. It's just like if you have ever seen blacksmiths, the old blacksmith. There's somebody who will be the echo. He will be pressing the thing and it will be, you know,
charging the furnace.
Yes, so the other side. So somebody was placing the echo for him that the furnace is charging the other side. So immediately that one was gone. When Peter left the ADC, I mean APJ, the Labour Party. Labour Party now became silent. Nobody organizes a press conference again. Nobody wakes up every morning to criticize Peterobi on Facebook, like some of their state chairmen were doing. So the same thing now. They now felt, how do we go against him in ADC? Because they have used wike. That's why I say the AP doesn't. The cardinal objective is to destroy all opposition. They have used wike to destroy PDP. Now they now came to ADC. How did they start? They didn't know. They now started looking for it because they are always go out of every 12. There's only one Judas. They started looking for gullible members. They found one, just like they found Ababa in Labour Party then. So when they now saw that Abure was also viable, they switched over to Abure and dropped Ababa. Now they now found Naviu Gombe in ADC. Somebody who signed his resignation, who went to the convention, who ratified the appointment of David Mark, suddenly said he never resigned and now went to court. And not only going to court, because the institution of state was captured, he then got an interim injunction to maintain the status quo. And maintaining the status quo was misinterpreted by both the person who gave the ruling and the inec. Because status quo means what happened before you come to court. Not what happened 1 million years ago before when we were not born. And what happened before he came to court was that David Mark was the chairman, Aribasara was the secretary, and other officers. They were still in office. So what happens is that they will continue in office until I determine this matter.
All right, I'm receiving signal that our time is up. But before I let you go, just one word. From your analysis, you're saying that every action, including the convention organized by the David Mark leadership of ADC, is legal.
It's legal pending when the Supreme Court makes its own pronouncement. Because it has to make its own pronouncement on that. And the court is now aware that it is now attracting the odium of the people. Because before, when there's a military coup, it is only the legislature that goes. The court will remain, the executive will remain. So this time around, I pray that Nigeria will never see martial music. Because when Nigeria sees martial music, the court will not be safe.
This is where we'll call it a wrap today on the Insight. We've been speaking on the pain and crisis of public trust, and also Nadume of Fokansi, legal luminary, a human rights activist, one who prides himself as a farmer, has been helping us to unravel the issues. And we enjoy you to send in your opinions. Let's know what you think about this conversation and still hold forth, because we are bringing Ozo back till we finish and exhaust this issue of pain, crisis, and of public trust. Till we come your way, same time tomorrow, I remain your host, Uche Osai. Bye-bye.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria, a land of striking contrast, where nature unfolds into dominant ecological identities. The lush southern forest and the vast northern savanna belts, stretching from the humid Atlantic coast to the dry fringes of the Sahara. Nigeria's vegetation is shaped by climate, rainfall, and human activity. Broadly, it is divided into the southern forest zones and the northern savanna belts. In the south, abundant rainfall gives rise to tropical rainforest, thick, multi-layered ecosystems, rich in biodiversity, towering trees from a continuous canopy, sheltering countless plants and animal species. These forests are not only ecological treasures, but also economic lifelines, supporting agriculture and livelihoods. Closer to the coast, fresh water and mangrove swamps dominate. Here, water and land intertwine, creating unique habitats adapted to flooding and salinity. The mangrove forests of the Niger Delta are among the largest in Africa, vital for coastal protection and marine life. Moving northward, forests gradually give way to the Guinea savanna, a mix of tall grasses and scattered trees. This region supports farming and livestock, forming Nigeria's agricultural heartland. Further north lies the Sudan savanna, where rainfall decreases and vegetation becomes sparser. Life here adapts to longer dry seasons and harsher conditions. At the northern edge, the Sahel savanna marks the transition to the desert. Vegetation is sparse, and survival depends on resilience of both people and nature. However, Nigeria's vegetation faces growing threats. Deforestation in the south and desertification in the north are reshaping the landscape. Population growth, agriculture, and climate change continue to exert pressure on these fragile ecosystems. Yet, hope remains. Across the country, conservation efforts are taking root, from reforestation projects to sustainable land management practices, from the dense forests of the south to the open savannas of the north. Nigeria's vegetation tells a story of diversity, resilience, and responsibility. A story that calls on all of us to protect the natural health.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Headlines. Supreme Court reserves judgment on PDP convention appeal. Nigeria expands malaria vaccination program to reach 1.3 million children. Lagos State reintroduces monthly sanitation. Details of the news. The Supreme Court has reserved judgment in an appeal seeking validation of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) National Convention held in Ibadan, Oyo State on November 15th and 16th, 2025. The matter is challenging earlier judgments that nullified the outcome of the convention. The appeal was filed by factional national executives led by Chief Tanimu Turaki, who emerged from the contested convention. They are asking the Apex Court to set aside the decisions of both the Court of Appeal and the Federal High Court in Abuja with for the exercise. During proceedings, counsel to the appellants, Chief Paul Erokoro, urged the court to allow the appeal and dismiss a cross-appeal filed by a rival faction aligned with the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Wike. A member panel of the Supreme Court, led by Justice Mohammed Lawal Garuba, reserved judgment after hearing all arguments. The court stated that the date for judgment delivery will be communicated to all parties. Nigeria has expanded its malaria vaccination program to Bauchi and Ondo states, in addition to earlier pilot states, Bayelsa and Kebbi. The National Primary Healthcare Development Agency says the rollout now covers nearly 1.3 million children nationwide. Executive Director of the agency, Dr. Mui Aina, says the expansion marks a significant step in Nigeria's fight against malaria, one of the country's leading public health challenges. He noted that the program is now moving beyond the pilot phase into broader national implementation. The initiative involves complex logistics, including cold chain storage systems, vaccine distribution, syringe supply, and waste management. Authorities say over 600,000 vaccine doses are currently secured in the national cold chain system. However, officials warn that the declining donor funding and the four-dose vaccination schedule pose major challenges. Dr. Aina stressed the need for sustained government financing to ensure full immunization coverage and prevent dropouts. President Bola Tinubu has approved new appointments across key education regulatory agencies under the Federal Ministry of Education. The announcement was contained in a statement issued by the presidency. Professor Modupe Adeola Adelabu has been appointed chairman of the governing board of the National Examinations Council, NECO, while Professor Ibrahim Dantati Wushishi retains his position as registrar of the council. In the technical education sector, Professor Babatunde Salako has been named chairman of the National Board for Technical Education, NBTE. The president also confirmed the reappointment of Professor Idris Bugaje as executive secretary for a second and final 5-year term. In addition, Dr. Bongfa Bingfa has been appointed rector of the Federal Polytechnic in Yako Shendam Plateau State for a single tenure of 5 years, succeeding the outgoing pioneer rector. The Nigerian Air Force has recorded significant operational success following precision strikes on terrorist positions in the UA axis of the Sambisa forest under Operation Hiding Kai. The strikes were carried out after intelligence surveillance confirmed insurgent activity. According to the Director of the Public Relations and Information, Air Commodore Ehimen Ejodami, the air operation targeted fortified structures and logistics hub used by terrorist groups for coordination and attacks in the northeast. Post-strike assessments confirmed the destruction of several facilities and the neutralization of high-value fighters. Authorities say surviving elements have been disorganized and deprived of critical operational capacity. The Chief of the Air Staff, Air Marshal Sunday Aneke, reaffirmed the Air Force commitment to sustained intelligence-driven operations aimed at dismantling terrorist networks while ensuring civilian safety remains a priority. Kano State Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf has nominated Alhaji Muritala Garu as the new deputy governor of the state. The The nomination has been forwarded to the Kano State House of Assembly for screening and confirmation. The development follows the voluntary resignation of former Deputy Governor Absalam Wazo in March 2026, which created a vacancy in the state's Executive Council. Governor Yusuf said the nomination followed extensive consultations with political stakeholders across the state. He described the selection process as part of efforts to strengthen governance and service delivery. Alhaji Muritala Garu is a former commissioner for local government and chieftaincy affairs in Kano and also served as chairman of the Association of Local Governments of Nigeria in the state. He brings over 2 decades of political and administrative experience. Inspector General of Police Kayode has called for strengthened collaboration between the Nigerian Police Force and the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps to enhance national security operations. During a visit to the NCDC headquarters in Abuja, the police chief stressed the need for improved intelligence sharing and coordinated operations to address evolving security threats across the country. He noted that both agencies share the responsibility of protecting lives and property, adding that closer synergy would close operational gaps often exploited by criminal elements. In response, the Commandant General of the NCDC, Dr. Ahmed Audi, reaffirmed the core commitment to interagency cooperation. He also called for greater public participation through timely intelligence sharing to support security efforts nationwide. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Supreme Court to deliver judgment on PDP convention. Nigeria scales up malaria vaccination program nationwide. Coming up shortly, Lagos State to enforce movement restriction for monthly sanitation exercise. We'll be right back shortly.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. The Lagos State government has announced the reintroduction of the monthly environmental sanitation exercise, with movement restrictions scheduled to begin on Saturday, April 25th, between 6:30 a.m. and 8:30 a.m. Commissioner for the Environment and Water Resources, Mr. Tokumbo Wahab, confirmed the directive on Wednesday. According to the state government, the exercise is aimed at improving cleanliness, waste management and drainage maintenance across Lagos. Enforcement teams will be deployed to ensure compliance, while residents are expected to clean their homes, surroundings, and public spaces during the designated period. The Lagos State Waste Management Authority, LOMA, will deploy trucks immediately after the sanitation window to evacuate bagged waste across the state. The government has also introduced a reward system to encourage cleaner communities and local governments. Officials say defaulters who violate movement restrictions or fail to maintain environmental standards will be prosecuted under the Lagos State Environmental Management and Protection Law of 2017. While some residents welcome the policy, others have expressed concerns over the enforcement and economic activity disruption. The Ogun State government has shut down the Ijebu-Mushin market over persistent environmental violations and failure to comply with waste management regulations. The decision was announced by the Ogun State Waste Management Authority. Special Advisor to the Governor on Waste, Honorable Farouk Akintoday, said the closure followed repeated warnings to traders over discriminate waste disposal and refuse to use government-provided waste bins and evacuation services. He noted that despite intervention efforts, including mechanical evacuation of refuse, traders continue to violate sanitation directives, posing serious public health risks. The market will remain closed indefinitely until verified sanitation compliance is achieved. The state government warned that similar enforcement actions will be extended to other markets if standards are not maintained. The state government has issued a final warning against illegal encroachment and sale of government-owned forest reserves across the state. The Commissioner for Environment, Mr. Philemon Obonna, said that on today, he cited increasing cases of illegal logging and unauthorized agricultural activities in reserves, including Upombende, Ubibia, Ajata, Ibeku, and Arochukwu, describing the activities as a threat to biodiversity and environmental sustainability. The Commission disclosed that intelligence reports indicate plans by syndicates to illegally partition and sell portions of protected forest lands, warning that such actions would attract strict legal consequences. The government has called on traditional rulers, community leaders, and youth groups to assist in reporting illegal activities, stressing its commitment to protecting forest reserves and strengthening environmental governance. President Bola Tinubu has approved major infrastructure projects for Enugu State, including a new rail line linking Parako to Enugu. The approval was confirmed during a meeting with Southeast leaders at the presidential villa, Abuja. President Tinubu said the federal government is prioritizing long-term infrastructure development, particularly in transportation and power sectors, as part of efforts to stimulate economic growth and regional integration. He commended Enugu State Governor Dr. Petermbah for what he described as reforms in security, education, and healthcare delivery, noting improved federal-state collaboration. The federal government has adopted the Imo State 101 Business Initiative as a national strategy to tackle unemployment and promote grassroots entrepreneurship. Vice President Kashim Shettima made the announcement in Imo State. The initiative, launched under Governor Hope Uzodinma, is designed to encourage economic collective empowerment at the community level. We reported creation of over 600 businesses and 20,000 jobs in Imo State. Vice President Shettima described the program as aligned with federal priorities on financial inclusion, digital economy expansion, and youth empowerment, noting that it will be implemented across communities, social groups, and educational institutions. The federal government said the program aims to reduce unemployment and curb youth migration by strengthening local enterprise development with support from development partners and financial institutions. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has warned Nigerians about rising cases of cyber fraud, including fake messages, emails, and online communications impersonating the Apex Bank. In a statement issued by the Acting Director of Corporate Communications, Mrs. Hakama Sidi Ali, the CBN said the fraudulent messages are designed to deceive the public into disclosing sensitive personal and financial information. The bank cautioned that cyber criminals are increasingly using sophisticated methods, including malicious links and false claims, to exploit unsuspecting victims. It advised the public to rely strictly on official communication channels and the CBN website for verified information, stressing that it will not request confidential data through unofficial platforms. Now in sports, Nigeria's Super Falcons have moved up to 36th position in the latest FIFA Women's World Rankings, despite recording a drop in total ranking points. The team now has 1,002 points, a decline from previous standing. The Falcons remain Africa's highest-ranked women's football team, maintaining a six-man lead over continental rivals South Africa. However, concerns have been raised over limited international match activity. Key players, including Captain Rashidat Ajibade and goalkeeper Chiamaka Nadozie, have expressed concern over lack of preparation following the team's absence from the recent FIFA international window. With major competitions ahead, including the 2026 Women's African Cup of Nations and World Cup qualifiers, calls are growing for increased fixtures to improve competitiveness and team readiness. Still in sports, former Nigerian international Mutiu Adepoju has called for the recall of striker Kelechi Iheanacho to the Super Eagles following his recent impressive performances for Celtic in Scotland. Adepoju highlighted Iheanacho's recent brace in the Scottish Cup semi-final, describing his form as evidence of his continued quality and experience at top-level football. The 29-year-old forward has scored 6 goals in 18 appearances this season despite injury setbacks, with Adepoju stating that his experience remains valuable for the national team. Nigeria is preparing for upcoming international engagements, including friendly matches against Portugal and Poland, as well as the Unity Cup, with discussions ongoing about squad selection. Now in entertainment, media personality Dotun has called for increased awareness on mental health following public revelations surrounding the marital crisis involving his colleague, Robbie Ebo. Reacting on social media, Dotun urged empathy and support for individuals going through emotional distress, emphasizing the importance of speaking out rather than suffering in silence. He noted that society is increasingly recognizing emotional and psychological abuse and encourage resilience and recovery for those affected by personal challenges. The broadcaster stressed that mental health should be prioritized, adding that vulnerability is no weakness but a necessary step toward healing and stability. And now to end the news across the country, here are the main points again. The Supreme Court has reserved judgment in an appeal filed by a faction of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) led by Chief Tanimu Turaki, seeking validation of the party's national convention held in Ibadan, Oyo State. A 5-member panel of the Apex Court, headed by Justice Muhammad Lawal Garuba, announced that the judgment days will be communicated after hearing submissions from all parties, including counsel to the appellant's Chief Paul Irokoro. Nigeria has expanded its malaria vaccination program to additional states, bringing total coverage to nearly 1.3 million children nationwide. The Executive Director of the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency, Dr. Muyi Aina, says the expansion underscores the federal government's commitment to combating malaria, while calling for sustained domestic funding amid declining support from international partners. The Lagos State government has reintroduced the monthly environmental sanitation exercise with movement restrictions scheduled between 6:30 a.m. and 8:30 a.m. on Saturday. Commissioner for the Environment and Water Resources, Mr. Tokumbo Wahab, says enforcement teams will be deployed across the state, warning that violators will face sanctions under existing environmental laws. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-3043-7110 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidi Masogwa and the entire news team, I'm Good Hope Chukuma, thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
In a society, I get to notice that they isolate themselves from the people that have HIV/AIDS because they are thinking maybe when associating with them, they can also get infected with HIV. But it's very, very wrong because it depresses those people with HIV/AIDS and it kills them most than the virus they are carrying. One advice I would give to the society is that they should stop isolating themselves from the HIV carrier, but also they should know how they relate with them in terms of anything, sharing any sub-objects with them. That is why. And two is that they don't know tomorrow, because I believe I got to know that some of them carrying those HIV is carrying those viral. They didn't get it maybe through sexual intercourse, or maybe they are doing social work or any other thing. Some of them may be from a mistake from someone else. They don't even know. Understand? So I advise you, because you don't know where you will fall tomorrow. So isolating yourself is not good. Making them to die before the sickness will kill them is very, very wrong. So I encourage the society to accept them, treat them well, make them feel the sense of belonging. They belong to that society. Stop isolating them. One is that they should live a healthy lifestyle from henceforth. Eat good nutritional food, because it will make them to be healthy, and also take their drugs judiciously, and also go to the appointment whenever is due for them to come for appointment, they should go there and visit the doctors. And also again, whenever they are fall sick, maybe malaria, or they feel somehow, they should not just wait and start doing another thing. They should just rush to the hospital and stop getting advice from their neighbor that is not a health professional.
I think they suffer more because of how society treats them, not because of the virus. Because the stigmatization kills before the virus. By the time you are being diagnosed of HIV, and people around you, number one, it starts with our various families in our various homes. You will see people telling people to sever ties with you, to stay away from you, so that they will not contact the virus. And by so doing, the whole thing will start affecting you. And you start depreciating because of the sleepless nights and because of the worry that you might soon be gone. I think we need more sensitization in the society. They need more sensitization to let them know, most especially at the grassroots, to let them know that HIV cannot be contacted by shaking of hands or hugging your loved ones. No. It is being contacted through sharp objects, not through maybe lying down on the same bed or using the same bedspread. No, HIV is being contacted through blood, not through body contact or whatever. The encouragement I have to give to them is, number one, for them to try and take their drugs. Number two, for them to live their normal life. There is nothing there. I even heard, I am not a doctor, but from what I've seen, I've experienced, I know someone that has HIV. After taking the drugs for a very long time, she went back and she was diagnosed, there was no longer HIV. So I want to really encourage them to try and do their blood counts, all those their tests and everything, to take their drugs regularly and live their normal life. You must not really tell somebody that I have HIV. You understand? No, it is not. Even if you heard them discussing it that you have HIV. HIV is just like a young girl being pregnant at the age of 13 years. You know, anywhere you get to, you see people talking about it. People making mockery of you and all that. And at the end of the day, when you live your normal life and let it be, the whole thing will just go away like that, and that will come to the end of it.
Majority of the issue there is how the society treats it. It's not about the person carrying the virus. It's about how the virus is being taken care of. Because I know outside the country, someone carrying HIV looks more healthier than the person not carrying it. But because they are under drug, they are under supervision, they take good care of them. But here, everything is costly. Even the basic amenities, which is food, is an issue, let alone having money to buy drug. They should care for them, because I don't know about the shutting down of the free drug they gave to them, but I know if they provide quality drug, tell them the way to take the drug, as in tell them things on how to look and keep healthy, I think it will be a more, what word will I even use, Seth? It will improve the situation. You are carrying the virus doesn't mean that you have come to the end of the road. Most people carrying this virus doesn't actually mean they had a sexual intercourse. Most of them must be from a prick. Do you get? So you wouldn't want to stigmatize someone that didn't even know that, okay, by getting caught, you can actually get it. But they shouldn't think that it is the end of the road. I've seen someone that have lived up to 10 to 15 years carrying the virus and they are looking healthy. Everything is just taking your drug and keeping everything under check. You are good to go.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
It is a beautiful afternoon, and today is Wednesday. Today is Women's Crush Wednesday, where we celebrate so many women out there, and you know it. I'm a woman, and so many women watching me right there. We celebrate you. We wish you well. And today on Vibe Central, where we give you hot gist and gossip and what is happening right around in the entertainment industry, I go by the name Gift Obodo, properly called Shoshu Lawyer, aka red pepper, black pepper, and all the pepper to spice up your day. And you guys know it that I am your number one when it comes to giving you hot gist and groove. But before I delve into giving you those spicy gist, I'm going to unveil my own personal person with me here, and she is Ugoma Sina Chiku. She's all looking so damn glammed up.
Hello, Ofosu. Hello, Nigeria.
Yeah.
Hello, the world. Today is Women's Day. So, how you all doing today? I just want to say I love you all.
Oh, you don't love me.
I love you all, ladies.
She don't love me.
She doesn't know how much I love her. Actually.
She don't love me. I'm jealous. But actually, what inspired this outfit? Because you look all glammed up, like clock it, baby. I said clock it. Damn. You look all glam, baby. What is happening? What's the whole shade of beauty today?
To be honest, I'm just inspired by myself.
Oh, really?
Whatever comes to my head, like maybe I want to dress up before next day, today already, like I'll start planning. What would I wear? How will I dress myself today? Then the inspiration just comes to my head, like boom, this is how I want to look today. Then I go for it.
Okay.
Yeah. First off, I'll make sure I check that outfit a night before time. To make sure it fits. Once it fits, I'll go with it.
Interesting.
I inspire myself. I want to be dressed in certain
Forget
way.
this inspiring thing. Which bobo inspired this? Oh, because
There's no
girl, you look up them parts.
Thank you.
Oh,
thank you.
It just is.
You look amazing. As always, you look so hot.
No, she has to, tell me this. I just been waiting and craving to hear.
I've been telling her actually, but she seems not to actually pay attention to my compliments to her.
Okay, but well, let's just leave this compliment now, because at the end of the show, you continue, because this compliment doesn't end here. Okay,
problem.
And moving over to my first gist. Don Jazzy reveals that the person who recommended Arya Star to him was her friend. Actually, he asked the friend to send him the links of some of her talented friends, and she quickly sent the link of Arya Star freestyling. That's how Arya Star's life changed, and it will all be all thanks to this particular friend of her. Imagine having a great friend that exposes you to opportunity without being scared of your growth. Some of you will have opportunity and know things you can do to change other person's life, but you think telling them or will make you feel less of yourself. I think we should just have friends like Arya Star's friend, like, who will, speak loud about, things they get to, see, one thing I always appreciate is when a friend knows that, I might not be the right person for the job, but I have someone that I feel that is the right person for the job, and give it out without thinking twice. Those kind of people should be celebrated. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so. Her friend is such a good friend. A friend indeed, actually.
Yeah.
She's such a good friend for being thoughtful. Some people would have such opportunity. Even when they are not good at it, they will wallow it, they will swallow it instead. They wouldn't want to share it. They wouldn't like to make their friend be there, to be to have that opportunity they're supposed to have. Instead, they will hide it. They'll be like, oh, since I can't have it, I can't do it, you're not gonna do it. Knowing fully well that your friend is very good, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So
the friend, we really appreciate you, girl. You're a queen.
Yeah, she's actually a queen. Like, when you have such a friend, like, you should just be grateful to the Almighty God that you have somebody like her. Okay, moving over to the next gist. Yeah, guys, everybody has just, be curious. Everybody has just been curious.
All right. Also have a gist.
Okay.
What's that? A hot gist.
What is
like,
happening?
I'm sure it's like I don't even know how to go about. Like, men are really mean.
Wow.
I have a gist. Someone said Twitter X. So he said I dated a lady. I dated a lady for 2 years plus. Till now, she can never believe I was married with 3 kids while we were dating then. At some point, I feel, should I tell her? Because I know people see them like couples, right?
Yeah.
So in Kaduna, while my family stays in Abuja, she spent most days in her house. Like, this person particularly dated a girl, knowing fully well that he was married. Like, you dated this lady for like 2 years plus, and she didn't find out. This lady must be dumb. Like, to me, if I am in that shoe, I will definitely find out that you're married.
Okay, actually, I've quite experienced number of married guys hiding their true identity. That's why when today I was applauding someone who came onto the app I was actively chatting on that app. He told me, yeah, I'm a married man, yeah, and I love my wife. And he asked me where I'm from. He said, wow, actually my wife is from your side, and you guys have great women. I just really thank God for giving me a woman from that side. But there are some men, if you want, break heaven from earth to generation to generation, they will never. Okay, I have someone that actually was caught and was still denying. And I said to myself, I just wish I could, have some magical powers and import the woman into that scene and to have to see how useless a fluff with her husband is. Like, seriously. Like, it's just amazing that some people don't care how hot you can be when you... Because I could imagine if I actually knew this man's wife, I recorded and sent to her, how would she feel?
She'd feel embarrassed and disrespected. Like, but that guy is so dumb. Like, how can you be with a guy? Like, you didn't find out.
It's not about being dumb. There are some guys that actually look so young, very young, all doped.
Wait, I think I've actually come across someone like that.
Are you serious?
This guy has a house where I don't know whether he's a baby mama he has. I don't think they're married legally, or maybe it's just a bit, I don't know. They have 2 kids or so. So actually, when I met this person, I was like, who is this girl? There's a baby he usually posts. Who is this baby? He lied and said that the baby belongs to his sister who was in diaspora, that the husband was arrested and convicted into prison or something like that. So that they came back to Nigeria because of that case. So they are staying in his house. It was later when I found out that this guy has another apartment somewhere. Meanwhile, he has a house that he built like for them. They are staying in that house, but he has another apartment. Like, men can go extra mile
to satisfy their...
This guy is living like a single guy. It was then I said digging, because me, nothing that satisfy me. So I went, he put a poster of the baby again. Yeah. So I went to the video. I saw a watermark, name of the person that he collected, he shared the... I went there, searched for the person. I saw this. Like, this was literally married, but he looks like a young guy. Single, like,
let me give you a title.
Whenever he posts something, he posts about him. I want to marry, that kind of thing. I want to marry.
But let me give you a title. Smart Digger Association of Nigeria.
Like, there's a way you behave towards me, I'll start suspecting you. Especially when I see you post a child, like, now your child, now your baby, I'll suspect you.
Actually, that is the first instinct. But some women don't care. They just feel like they meet a man. As far as the man is giving them money, they don't even, question some things about him. Yeah. Me, I will question you.
Like,
I will ask you questions that to the point that you will lose guard. You will say that thing you don't want to say. Yeah, you go talk him. Yeah, you go talk him. You go talk him. But anyway, I'm moving. I think today I'm having more gist from the music world, from Marvin's record, and today it's over 7 years in Marvin's record, where Rema has been dropping uncountable hits and touring the world, topping charts, shutting down stadium. Rema has said that the deals is over. He's still there, but he has no plan of leaving the record label. If it were other artists, after seeing small millions, they will have screamed the deal is over because they want to be their own boss. Rema has all the money and fans that he would need forever, but bro is not leaving, and he's grateful and wants to be under someone. That's very smart and loyal of Rema. You know, see, one thing about someone is someone that grows big is someone who's knowing and appreciating the root where he came from. You know, something like Crayon. Last day he was bashing his boss. Crayon now. The artist from Marvel. Yeah. He was bashing Don Jazzy for using him, for not.
He's no longer there, right? Because I don't hear him.
He after that, will you bash your boss and do all this, and they will still keep you in the record? No, you have to go. Do you understand? So see Rema having all the hit, he's still wanting to be under the record label, you know, being grateful for the opportunity, because without that, he wouldn't be known as the Rema we know today. Even his music for years might not even see the limelight of the day. But see Rema appreciating the fact, like, I think this is just one attribute or one, you know, characteristic everybody should possess. Because I think one thing is to knowing that the fact that you were not there, that someone actually brought you to that limelight, and being grateful. Another thing is being grateful for that opportunity. Rema is one artist that has always been grateful, that has always, you know, find his way of appreciating the boss and the rap label for bringing him to limelight. But for some artists, they end up bashing their
I think Tiwa Savage is still there too.
Yeah, she's not like she's there.
She's more like you know, she's there but not really there anymore.
Sure.
But let me say something about some people who leave their record label, like maybe they are not finding favor there, or it's not benefiting them some way, or they were treated badly. That way they're able to live. I can't see anyone being in a place where he or she is treated well and he or she decides to leave.
Let me tell you.
Most of those people who live a record label might have. We don't know why Crayon is actually bashing Don Jazzy. I'm saying he's a bad person. He might have a reason.
No, yeah, I understand the fact that he has his reason, but
if favored Rema doesn't mean it would favor.
No, that's jealousy. He actually. Do you know one thing? One thing about all this thing is that everybody is given similar contract to sign from the label. You have to read it through and be sure that you are willing to do it. Not when you blow. Tomorrow you say, because of this. Because people don't appreciate. Because now, the label is spending a lot of money to bring you to limelight. And when you arrive at limelight, you want more than what they have been giving you. Now, see, there are things. It's just like a man that, you know, all these people that say, Ajameba boy. The fact that in a boy, you have to be loyal to your boss. It's not rosy at that point. Nothing comes easy. That is just the training ground. Just like when you go to school. It's a training ground. It's not meant to be rosy. It's meant to discipline you. So that when you get there, you can actually discipline the next person close to you and tell them, this is the process I walk through to success. Because if you don't have a walk through to success, it's very easy to flop down. Now, this is a training ground for them. So it's not meant for them to understand that this is not something that comes permanently. At that point, they are just trying to train themselves to be who they actually are currently. So they should accept, not like, I think most of them are always fidgeting out when most times at the peak of success they start fidgeting out. Why not at the beginning of this thing before they make you who you are? Why not fidget out there? When you feel that you are making enough money and the record label is telling you that this is the thing that you agree on, after a while you start freaking out. They are extorting you. They are not extorting you. If you feel that they are extorting you, that time then they were building you, spending a lot of money, trying to look for people that will future you, trying to create thoughts for you, and trying to spend a lot of money. You didn't feel that they were extorting you. At that growth part of your life, now most of them feel that they are being extorted.
Maybe he couldn't talk as of then. He was trying to be quiet and watch how things goes. But as long as time went, he thought that he was unable to cope up, yeah. That's where the bashing came about.
No, it's not about being
so we don't know. We can't actually say this man, Don Jazzy, whoever, Maven Record, they're all rosy there. It's not rosy. There must be something we don't know. He knows about. So he can't possibly come out and start bashing his boss for no reason. There must be something. There is always smoke.
There's
like
no smoke
without fire. Yeah,
there's no smoke without fire.
We also have another gist here, and this one goes thus. Is a question though. My husband gives me 15k daily for family of 4. I have asked him to increase it, but he refused. What should I do?
15k
daily, yeah.
And she's shouting. 15k daily.
What is 15,000 naira?
What is 15,000 naira?
What is 15,000 naira gonna do for you?
It depends.
Family of 4 kids.
But someone is managing 2,500.
The person wants to manage it because it's too poor.
It's too poor.
Yeah.
Do you know that some people are earning that 15,000 monthly?
Why did you get married in the first place?
Story.
Knowing fully well that you don't have
marriage is not a do or die affair.
It's not a do or die affair. That's the reason why you shouldn't marry and be giving your wife 15,000 naira.
No, you don't do that. I think it's high time you become a man, so you see what they are seeing right there.
See what they're saying?
Yes, because some men are actually earning 50,000.
You're a man. You're out to see what you're supposed to be seeing.
No,
you're meant to hustle.
Nobody is meant to be under pressure, pain, and put a lot of work for you to come home and not to appreciate his effort.
Yeah, I know that you have to appreciate, but the money is too poor.
It's not.
It is too poor. No, like that 15,000 naira is too poor.
If they give you 15,000 naira, if you're a woman and you have work,
family of 4. Let's say, I don't know how. Maybe they have like 2 kids.
Yeah,
the wife and the husband.
Yeah,
that's 4. What will 50,000 naira buy from the market?
No. Let me tell you, if 15,000, I usually tell people, if 15,000 as a woman is so poor for you, depending on that rate he's giving you, please work hard and add so that you understand what he's feeling. Yes, because you see. Let me tell you something.
You can't give me 15,000 naira and expect me to I'm not going to manage it.
It's not
going to buy nothing for me. He's not going to cook a pot of soup.
It's not going to. Are you cooking with 100 pieces of meat?
Can he cook a pot of soup?
Yeah,
we can't.
You can actually cook a perfect pot of soup.
Will it last?
Will it last?
That's the most important. Will it last?
It will last, my dear.
It will not last.
Okay, let's analyze.
You're cooking for the whole family.
No,
you're preparing food for the whole family. You're meant to like prepare and stock up the freezer.
No.
What if the money is given to her? It's not just for food.
No, let's just be friendly here. Let's analyze this. I'm a woman, you're a woman. Let's go to the market. Let's just assume you're on the market. We'll buy egusi, 1 cup. Let me assume you are buying 3 cups, which will be enough for us.
Do you know how much is egusi?
Egusi, a cup is 500 naira.
500?
Yes, let's analyze.
What will a cup do for you?
No, I'm not talking about a cup. Let me say we're buying 3 cups or 4 cups.
Okay.
2,000 naira.
Right.
Do you understand? We're buying vegetable of 1,000 naira. We're buying meat of 4,000 naira. How much? And then we are buying oil. We are not using a full gallon of oil. You are buying like, you can't tell me there is no gas in that house. Yes.
What if something happened and there is no gas?
No, it can't be.
At least it should have.
Gas is not something you fill up every day. Let's assume it's not something we fill up every day.
What if it finishes in the process?
If it finishes in the process, he knows. You tell him. He will tell you, okay, fine, let's buy the gas.
Can come
and
up.
Cook something that will be economical. He will tell you, okay, let's eat spark today.
So that we'll be able to
have money. No, one thing about we women, we should just learn how to adjust to some certain situation. Do you understand? We're not saying that we should there's a difference between adjusting and enduring to some certain situation. I'm not saying you should endure to the point where you don't feel. But you are adjusting because that condition is there.
Endure.
No.
Because when will it end?
No, it will end very soon.
When?
Are you praying for it to be a long-lasting situation?
When?
No. Don't give me that.
Okay.
You're not praying actually for that to be a long-lasting situation. You're actually praying as a good woman. That is why you're a good woman.
I'm not a good woman. I'm not an understanding woman. I'm not an understanding girlfriend. And I'm not an understanding wife. I don't want to be. Please.
See, make sure there's one odogu.
If I don't see, I'll remain myself.
Okay. Let me just put a smile on your face. Your face. Yeah. A man called Morris said church was good, and Sparkle replied, and she said, "Hi, brother. I just started reading the Bible and I'm enjoying it. I'm currently reading the books of Numbers. And I realized I don't have your number. Line they cry. Line they cry. I thought it was just only men, going after doing the whole chasing. But women are picking up
lines. It's meant to be men. It's meant to be men.
Everything is meant to be men for you.
If a lady toast a man, it's not gonna end well.
It's a lie.
It's a
lie. There are some that see.
It's not gonna end
my
well.
online in-laws. It's not like I'm supporting the men because you guys are not paying me. Because you guys need to pay me to support.
It's a man's duty to chat
guys
a lady.
need to pay
not
me.
you coming to ask a man for his number.
But see, joke apart. It's not like a man's duty to always do the talking, do the dating. Sometimes if you like someone, just walk up. You know, do the needful, baby. Do the needful.
Say finish, go there.
No, I don't think
I'm not in support though. Don't ask any man out, please. Don't ask any man out. You're gonna regret it. They'll play with you. Okay? With you. Yeah. It's gonna take you for granted. Because that's his duty to do, to walk up to you and ask for your number. Not your duty to ask a man for his number or to toast the guy.
Brilliant.
Don't do that, please. My ladies, don't listen to Gift, please. She's deceiving you, guy. Don't listen to her. If you like that guy, if you like that guy, you're crushing on that guy, you're crushing on him. Yes, so go to yourself. Don't enter his DM to type, brother, I saw your, I read your number. Don't do that.
Why are you sounding like
Don't do that. Don't do that. Wait for him to do the needful.
See, I'm not telling you. Do the needful. If you like that brother,
you'll regret it. You're going to regret it. I know what I'm saying.
So you're trying to say men don't like people that like them?
They play with people who like them. They don't like people. Men don't like women who are nice. Actually, they don't like women who are nice. They like women who are difficult. You know, they like women who will show them shaggy. Pepe. Like that's what they choose. But when you're soft. When you're soft, you're taking care of them, you're appreciating them, they will use to play. I'm serious.
Are you serious?
Yeah, they don't like it. They like the one they show them pepper. That one they like. They don't like those ones that are nice and calm towards them.
Really?
Yeah. Be mean.
Be mean.
Be mean to them, please. It's very important. I also have another gist though. We just begin gist. Okay. Someone said, I told someone congratulations for welcoming her newborn baby. And so this girl begin debut me. What's now my offense? Mind you, like she just gave birth. Like someone just entered her DM, congratulated her for her newborn baby arrival. She started to build like send me something.
Is the entitlement spirit?
Yeah.
Like how? So, like I said, congratulations, I need to send you money. Don't come to my DM because I'm going to block you.
Like,
I'm going to block you right there.
You see those people that always, like, on their birthday, they intentionally come see. They don't talk to you. They don't actually talk to you on the norm.
Yeah.
But once their birthday is approaching, they'll go to studio, take all kinds of pictures, poses, right? Then they enter your DM. Like, flood your DM with pictures and all that. Like you'll be looking at, I have someone who did that to me. It's a classmate of mine. Me and the girl, we are not in good time. We don't talk and all that. Not like we're not in good time. I don't know how I came about her number actually. We do just view status. So suddenly she just sent me her pictures in my DM. I just look at. She not even greet though. She not even say, good afternoon, you know, what's up? My birthday is tomorrow. My birthday is next tomorrow. She just sent me her pictures. I just look at. Like what do you want make I do with the picture? She
watch it and
like. A guy also did the same thing to me. Just enter my DM, send me all his pictures. Yeah. Like his birthday is coming up, you know, like don't send me your picture. Don't send anybody your picture. Don't tell people to wish you. It is your birthday already, and we know it is your birthday. And if someone wants to wish you, quite alright, they will do that. If someone wants to ask you for your account number, they will do that. Do not drop your account number on your status. Do not come to someone's DM to drop your account number because it's your birthday. You're indirectly begging.
Why are you begging a person? Yeah. They do this to you very well.
Like, so it's annoying. You're indirectly begging. It is your birthday. We all know that. Someone can contact, send your account number, let me send you something for your birthday. Quite alright, that's good. Don't send your account number, don't start posting your account number, it's my birthday, send me something. That's entitlement mentality and it's very wrong. Okay? And that lady is very wrong. Someone just congratulated you, doesn't mean someone cannot just check up on you anymore. Some people do it, want to just, how are you? I'm fine. Like, they just enter your DM to check up on you. The next thing you're already billing them. I've not eaten. Like, are you for real?
I'm not eating.
It's what makes people not to actually check up on people. Because they know that once they check up on you, you're going to beg for one or two. Yeah. It is very wrong. Don't do that. Wrong. It's not classy as a lady. Please.
It's not very
It's your brother. We know that. We can actually wish you. The lady is very wrong. the person that congratulated her did right by congratulating, but she wanted to do something for her. She said, I know you just gave birth to. And mind you, she said that they are not in talking state. They don't talk. You know, it's your birthday, right? If you just get birth, okay, I'll tell you, okay, send me your account number. Let me appreciate. Let me, send something for the baby. That's how it is done. You don't start billing them. What if they don't have? And mind you, the lady said she also had a newborn baby.
So both of them need the money. But anyway, today I'm ending this. Emma, you look amazing. Let me continue with telling you look amazing. You look flawless today. Like
when you are done washing me, just let me know.
I am done. And I'm telling the people of Enugu, my beautiful people of Enugu, I'm done. I'm done washing her. Officially done washing her. But I'm not actually washing her. I'm telling her she looked all glad.
All right, thank you. I appreciate. And you too, you look amazing as well. Yeah. I don't want to take all the accolades.
So today I'm going to draw the curtain for now. So anticipate our next episode. Because it's going to be hot and spicy. Tomorrow, the same time, same session. You can always watch us. Always watch us. Just go to that your social media. What are you using it for? Just clicking, and watch us. Give you those hot, spicy grooves. Gist, apropos, not the tire for this life. Everything they solve every day. Thank you guys, and thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ofatu. Thank you, Nigeria. Thank you.
We'll miss
everybody.
You tomorrow. Bye.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In the stories of ancient Greece, Achilles was more than a warrior. He was a hero whose strength could turn the tide of war, whose courage inspired loyalty, and whose presence commanded respect. His name had endured across millennia, a symbol of valor, power, and influence, a figure whose actions shaped destinies. Yet, Achilles' legacy was not only in the power he wielded, it was in how he used it. He fought not for personal glory alone, but for the honor and protection of those who depended on him. His might was purposeful, guided by responsibility, and measured by the lives he safeguarded. Today, Nigeria faces battles of different kind. These are battles fought not with swords, but with policies and principles. Our enemies are corruption, insecurity, inequality, and leadership that too often prioritizes ambition over accountability. These are struggles that affect millions, shaping the future of a nation rich in potential but fraught with challenges. The story of Achilles carries a lesson for our time. Strength without wisdom and responsibility is hollow. Power without vision can destroy more than it builds. Leadership in Nigeria demands more than force. It requires courage, foresight, and a commitment to the people. True heroism is not in personal triumph, but in the welfare of those entrusted to your care. The heroism Nigeria needs is tangible. It is reflected in leaders who listen to their citizens, govern with accountability, and deliver policies that empower communities, safeguard livelihoods, and create opportunity. It is measured by children in classrooms, families with secure futures, and communities that thrive. It is heroism that transforms potential into progress and challenges into triumph. Achilles' greatest victories were those that protected his people and honored his obligations. Similarly, Nigeria's most enduring successes will be those that prioritizes its citizens, safeguard their future, and uphold accountable people-centered leadership. Strength exercised for the common good, rather than personal gain, is the truest measure of greatness. As the nation charts its path forward, the message is clear. Leadership must be courageous, visionary, and responsible. It must fight not for applause, not for legacy alone, but for the prosperity, security, and dignity of every Nigerian. When strength is wielded for the greater good, it becomes enduring. When power is guided by principle, it inspires. When leadership is accountable, it unites. The chapters of Nigeria's destiny are still being written. Its future rests not in the triumphs of a few, but in the collective progress of millions. The nation's victories will be measured not in fleeting fame, but in lives transformed, communities empowered, and hope restored. In the spirit of Achilles, Nigeria must find strength that serves, courage that protects, and leadership that uplifts. In that strength, lies the promise of a stronger, united, and more prosperous nation. One that honors its people, secures their future, and fulfills its boundless potential.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're welcome to another edition of our program, Arena on Aneke TV.
In 1 hour.
South
I'm in TV station. Sorry.
Today, we are going to discuss on the topic, Nigeria's deepening economy, the plight of Nigerian workers. And of course, we have in the studio a very popular face on this program. I'm talking about the former Vice President of Nigerian Union of Journalists, Southeast, a public affairs analyst and social commentator. I'm talking about no other person than Comrade Ken Ofoma. You're welcome to the program.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to be here once again.
The crumbling economy in Nigeria is something that has been discussed, or that has been in the front burner in the Nigerian discourse space. People are talking about the economy nosediving. People are talking about the prices of domestic goods, or all goods and services going up. We're talking about double-digit inflation in Nigeria. And we are also talking about high pricing in everything that is being done in Nigeria. It has not been rosy for Nigerians. And the Nigerian economy has been going down. And of course, with the recent crisis in the Middle East, the situation continued to go deeper and deeper. Fuel cost has become so astronomical that the prices of transportation and the spiritual effect on various other goods and services in Nigeria has been terrible. It has a terrible dimension. And therefore, Nigerians are no longer comfortable with the way Nigeria is going, coupled with the serious security crisis beclouding the nation. The federal government and her security agencies do not seem to have an answer to the insecurity situation in Nigeria. And of course, without such, development might be very difficult. Investors who should have been in Nigeria or who should have come into the country to make investment, and even those who are resident in Nigeria are scared of going into further investment because of instability. People are not sure of what Nigeria will be like. The political atmosphere is choking in such a way that there is a whole lot of inconsistencies by the politicians and the people, that's the ruling class, the politicians, the judiciary. In fact, nothing seems to be working. And as such, it has a big toll on the economy. And I'll come to you, Comrade Ofoma. What's your perception of the Nigerian economy?
Well, I think
We are passing through a turbulent period. But I think the storm, the worst aspect of the storm has passed. But the process of recovery and stabilizing is still very treacherous, because as you are about to recover, one development will throw a spanner into the economic development of the country. Of course, the problem started from the removal of subsidy and the harmonization of the exchange rate. That is where the problem started, because of the corruption associated with the subsidy, oil subsidy payment. Once the president announced subsidy is gone, the price of petroleum products skyrocketed from 400 naira or thereabouts to nearly 1,500. And then the exchange rate also, Nigerian currency fell so badly. Now, at a point, we were exchanging $1 to 1,800 and what have you at the initial period, 2023, 2024. The inflation then, inflation rate was 30-something, 34%. That is headline inflation. The food inflation was almost 42%. But gradually, all these economic indicators started coming down. Presently, it is not yet to huru, but the inflation has gone down to 45%. Fuel that was coming down almost 900, 800 naira because of the US, Israeli, Iraq, Iran war. It went up again to, at a point, 1,400. Presently, most places you can get it at 1,350, 1,300, or 1,260 in NMPC. And these are things that determine the economic condition of the populace. The exchange rate, inflation, the cost of fuel, energy, and what have you. For the ordinary worker, whereas these variations occur, the salary remains or remained static. The last approval was, I think, 2024, when early 2025, when the federal government agreed to pay 72,000 as minimum wage. But you will agree with me that that minimum wage has been overtaken by events. The cost of living standards, the inflation, and overhead costs on everything. Household goods, foodstuff, transportation, hospital, school fees, they are unbearable. And so it is difficult for the economic, personal economy of individuals to match the oscillating inflation and exchange rate and what have you. So it's a difficult situation. And that is perhaps why the Nigerian Labour Congress, they are talking about another round of review of the salary, or a policy that will cushion the effects. And government can again bring some kind of subsidy.
Yeah, we'll talk about such policies when it comes to that. So, in effect, you have said that the minimum wage that is taken by average workers in Nigeria can no longer sustain them based on the economic indices that are available.
Yes.
And as such, the workers' plight is completely, maybe have been compromised. Maybe the workers in the public sector, that is in the private sector, may be better off, given the fact that the private sector businesses may somehow try to augment the salaries and wages of workers. For those who are working, like those who are working with Dangote Refinery, I know they must be earning far better than that of those who are working in the local government.
That is the high end. You don't even need to go there. How many Dangotes do we have?
That's exactly what I'm saying. So, generally, but we still go to the same market. And we talk about the salaries of those in the National Assembly. We talk about the salaries of our elected officers. Then you just oppose that with the salaries of the civil servants, who are the engine room of a government business, who carry the files, who push the files, who sign the documents for releases and all that. Yet, they seem to be receiving very meager, enough to even sustain the individual, let alone the family, housing rent, and all that you have mentioned. So, what is the position? What do you see the organized labor doing? Have they lived up to their billing, or have they also compromised, maybe from what the government offers their leaderships?
I don't think it is the best way to look at the situation, whether the labor leaders have compromised or not. I don't think so. Especially the current leadership of the NLC under Joe Ajero. I think
TUC
and the TUC, comrade, what's his name? I don't think there are people you can easily compromise. And the way you are talking about those in the private sector, having a better deal than those in government, in the public sector, I don't think so. The truth of the matter is that as long as you are an income and a salaried worker, whether you are in the private or public sector, the truth, no matter how much you are earning, the truth is that you are not going to find it easy. By the time you finish, because the higher you go, the higher your responsibility. If you are living in a 4-bedroom flat, for instance, by the time you finish paying school fees and paying rent, paying whatever other costs, you discover that you don't have any disposable income again at the end of the month. At any level, whatever you are, except the only people that are those in the business who may be adjusting price, traders and what have you, or politicians who have access to government free money, or contractors who also have their way with government funds. But the general situation is difficult, that the average person has no more disposable income. Cannot talk about embarking on any project, buying a car, building a house. You are only interested in, feeding from hands to mouth, the basic things. And you'll be praying that you don't have any major health challenge other than malaria and typhoid. When the other major health challenges come, the situation will be very terrible. And so the Labour leaders may be doing their best. Because when they confront the government, it is always a Hobson's choice, a paradox. If you increase the salary to 200,000 a month, minimum wage, it will also help to worsen the inflation. That is the argument on the government side. Then will you you say, oh, fuel is cheap in Nigeria?
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premier current affairs program, where politics, development and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap for ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena only on Aneke TV. We're sincerely sorry for that breaking transmission. It is due to some technical problems, but that has been done now. We're still on our program, Arena on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. And our topic is Nigeria deepening economy, the plight of the workers. And guest, Comrade Ken Ofama is still here. And as we are going on, let me ask you, because you were talking on the situation based on the multiple areas, people working in the government sector and those working in the private sector. But let me ask you, what are the problems of the deepening economy in Nigeria? What has actually caused our problem? Is this as a result of mismanagement by those vested with a public responsibility? Is it because of non-productivity, that is, not be a productive nation? Is it because of lack of energy, or lack of manpower, or lack of, the basic things to begin to develop the economy? Or is it because of the will or leadership problem? What are the problems of these economic problems in Nigeria?
I think the I can pinpoint lack of political will to take far-reaching economic decisions. And also not appointing the right kind of people as in the economic management team of the country. Perhaps corruption in some places. It's not as if this country is poor in terms of what we get, because every time we hear that Nigerian Customs Service have exceeded their target for the year, you hear that Nigerian Revenue Service have exceeded their target, you know, and of course, in recent time the cost of crude increased far above our budget. But at the end of the day, it becomes difficult for government to fund projects, even our budgets. Somebody was drawing attention to the fact that we have not been able to execute a single budget from 2023 till date. One budget will always dovetail into the other and other and other. From 2024 budget, it dovetailed into 2025 budget. 2025 budget dovetailed into 26. But, you know, I think it was last week, Thursday or thereabout, that the president approved, signed the 2026 budget in April. And then extended the execution of capital component of 2025 up to June 2026. So you discover that we have not been able to execute 1 year's budget. Contractors complain that they are not being paid. We see contractors demonstrating at Ministry of Finance in Abuja. We see agencies of government crying of non-release of funds to carry out their statutory functions. We see some agencies not even having their statutory board appointments, maybe because of funding. We saw the late appointment of ambassadors and high commissioners due to money. And as we speak, I think the other day, you know, Ministry of Foreign Affairs official was saying about only 20 out of 60 something, only 20 of them have received what they call agreement. That is acceptance letter by the countries they were sent. Which means about 40 something, they have not. How many months after they were cleared by the Senate? And they were appointed as ambassadors. And so what the federal government will always tell us is that a lot of money is going to the states and local governments. But the thing is that we don't have a overarching coordinating economic team to be able to steer our economic development towards a pattern or a plan to take Nigeria out of the woods. Our pattern of spending, public spending, our pattern of even choice of projects, prioritization of projects, and what we do. The spending on administration, funding of, you know, luxury lifestyles of our politicians, senators, and our National Assembly members, those in the executive and in the presidency. You know, when you look at all those things, you begin to ask yourself, why is it that the masses are suffering? But some people, the class, the upper class, appear to be living in luxury. So there is a disproportionate income and lifestyle among the citizens. Majority are living in penury. If you go to market with 100,000 to buy household items, you come out with a polythene bag in your hand due to high cost of everything. Many people can no longer eat 2 square meals a day. Just if you manage to eat one, that will be okay for you. A difficult situation. And so where are they, where is the money going into? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. But from what I explained, you see the channels they are moving, the National Assembly budgets, the budget of the executive, the lifestyle of the state governors, state executives, the local government chairmen, you know how they live. Some of them just, they swim in money, opulence and affluence. So, very little for the common man. But like I said, I think God is wonderful that Nigerian economy has not finally collapsed. It is because of the resilience of the average Nigerian. But every morning you see market women struggling. You see people, artisans. Many people no longer believe in government, or they don't depend on government. They eke out a living. And that is why people quarrel with all this different taxation. People struggle to make a living and you overtax them. The little thing they are making. So instead of giving them tax holiday or rebate. And so it's a very difficult situation. I do hope that the president should take a second look at the economic team and the economic policies and the prioritization of projects. I don't want to pick some of them, but they should have a second look. What will you do that will have maximum impact on the generality of Nigerians? Not white elephant project. The same thing goes to states. Before embarking on any project, have you done impact assessment and social impact assessment, not just environmental impact assessment? What value? How will it affect the people? The multiplier effect on the people. And is it a project that can generate money? Or a project that will require money to maintain? So these are the things. I think the problem is from our leadership at various levels.
Yes, our comrade here thinks that the problem of Nigeria's economy revolves around leadership and the will, which implies that those vested with leadership responsibility are not actually doing the best for the economy. Also, I'm asking if the present security situation has a negative effect in such a way that the agri sector is suffering, which results in the lack of enough supply of stable food to the market so that it will be good enough, cheap enough, affordable for the people, especially the workers who are taking very meager pay home. You know, maybe if agriculture is boosted and people go to farm, because these days people do not go to farm due to insecurity, due to kidnapping, due to the fact that killer herdsmen are there, and so on. Women who go to farm to make to bring out crops are raped. People are no longer secure. So, which means there's lack of production of such products that could come from agriculture. And because of that, stable food is scarce. Things tend to go skyrocket. The price of transport also helps in shouting them up. Do you agree?
Of course, the worsening insecurity in the country is also contributing to cost of living crisis, also contributing to inflation and scarcity of goods. And you know, when when you have money, too much money, chasing too few goods, it leads to inflation and high cost. And you know, and that is what I'm saying. What kind of policies our governors executing, and even at the federal level, federal government? Because Nigeria is within the African tropical region with diverse climatic conditions, good for different agricultural products. So how are we utilizing it? How many of us are engaged in agriculture? What are the government policies that support agriculture? Even in Enugu here, for instance, there is no state that cannot produce what they eat. But we don't pay attention to agriculture. That's about policy I'm talking about. Well, you know, the story was told about why M.I. Opala went into agriculture during the Eastern Regional Government. So they had a visitor in the governor's lodge then, and they were about to prepare breakfast, and he was told that there was no egg in the house, and he was shocked that there was no egg. That was how started, you know, massive poultry production and other agricultural areas, different palm plantations and farm estates that he established. Of course, palm plantation, Southeast became the fastest growing economy almost in the world.
Eastern region.
Eastern region, yes. Eastern region. But that blueprint is still there. But we abandoned it because of oil. And these days, the choice of projects, yes, thank God that the state government in Enugu, for instance, is going back to agriculture with the establishment of what we call farm estates in the 260 political wards. We will hope that very soon the contribution of such farm estates will add value, begin to add value, and the cost of foodstuff in the state. The same goes to other states. Even the middle belt that we call the food basket of the country, you know, Benue, Taraba, Plateau, and Kaduna. You see the crisis there, killings, mass killings, up to genocidal level. And under that situation, people in IDP camp, where will they farm? And even when they are in IDP camp, the killer herdsmen still invade them, kill them. So it's affecting the agricultural produce. Those that can produce a little, by the time they will come to the east or other parts of the south, the cost will be high, plus the cost of transportation, because of high cost of diesel and petroleum products. So we need people who think, can plan the economy and tie everything together, that one policy will feed into the other, and not desperate economic policies that add nothing to the whole economic well-being of the country.
Yes, not desperate economic policies that will add nothing to the whole economic policy and situation in the country. We are going to pause for a break. When we come back, our guest is still here, and he will do a further dissect of the topic on ground. We are still on our program Arena at Aneke TV. Stay tuned.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premier current affairs program, where politics, development and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap for ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, I want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena only on Aneke TV. Welcome back. We're still on the program Arena on Aneke TV, and our topic is Nigeria, the economy, the plight of Nigerians and Nigerian workers. Because all Nigerians are workers except the elderly and the disabled or people with disability. Every other person works out. Only the children, the elderly, and people with disability are those out of it. So Nigerians, their plight is important given the deepening economy of the country. And we have discussed about the economy deepening as a result of lack of leadership and the will. And then we talked about insecurity, which has also, brought about lack of further development, especially in the agri sector, that would have given a lot of jobs and given us a lot of food production to feed the people. We know that in climes outside Nigeria and Africa, some countries have gone beyond food. Everything about food can be afforded by anyone around there. Even the beggars, they can afford food. Everything, good meal. But in Nigeria, it is difficult. More so when a worker is paid a meager sum of minimum of 70,000 naira. And what is 70,000 naira exchanged to $1? It is about 50 cents. And we talk about 50 cents as the income of a level 1 officer in Nigeria. What can 50 cents actually do? Is it anything to go by even in the Western world? Can that afford to keep somebody for 2 days?
Not at all. And that's why even in the developed climes, I talked about safety nets. You see that that is why people argue that subsidy is always there, even in the developed countries. Even in America, that is the bastion of capitalism. You still have some social welfare schemes to help either the elderly, the retired, the unemployed, the sick, and what have you. They have a food ration, they have all manner of things. And so, for Nigeria, the workers have always made very strong demand. The government argument is always that if we increase the salary, it will worsen the inflation. Then the argument is, what then can you do? Can you provide maybe free transportation? Can you provide free medical healthcare to workers? Can you give their children scholarship? Free education. You must take some of those costs, those heavy hitters that eat up their salary. What of mass housing? Which government in Nigeria today is building affordable, low-cost housing for masses?
None, except the Shagari.
What they build today, high-end estates that only public functionaries can buy, and those in diaspora. The common man cannot, and that's why the cost of rent is increasing across the country. Because no new houses, except those private individuals, developers building for commercial purposes. The essence of mass housing, again, giving an example of Michael Okpara in those days, Housing was more of a social policy, not commercial. The intent was not to make money. The intent was to subsidize accommodation for the worker so that he can channel his salary in other areas. And now we have places, even the railways, the colonial masters, you have the artisan quarters, you have different quarters. I think even federal housing was built Tonsekulu by different governments. Even military, we were building a mass housing. But under civilian regime, what they build, you look at WTC and different estates. Is any poor person living there? Is the average civil servant living? Can the average civil servant afford to live there? The answer is no. That's what government should be doing. And when you do mass housing, because real estate is also one way of creating jobs for the youths unemployed. It's a very good investment to also reflate the economy. By the time you buy building material, by the time you engage manual workers, those who do POP, the mason and what have you, you're also putting money into the economy. And that kind of money will not cause inflation, because professionals and artisans are making genuine earning that they themselves will also use to buy things in the market, and the money will be circulating. So it is about economic planning. It is about the thinking of the man that is in charge. What is their priority? Most of our government functionaries, do they think development in a long term, or do they think about flyovers only, about brick and mortar? So that's it. Most of the time they prefer to do brick and mortar, because that's where you get money from contractors and contracts, kickbacks and what have you. But the economic policies that will have a long time effect, but you will not, as a government functionary, you will not make millions for yourself from there. Rather, the masses will benefit. If you build, for instance, if you build 1,000 two-bedroom bungalows for workers, it will crash the cost of rent in Enugu. If you build it in different places, maybe 3,000, and this is doable. You know, under the same government, that Eastern Regional Government, when they wanted to embark on electricity project, you see how they planning? They first established the lake concrete. It may not be government owned. They may encourage a private person sector investment to establish. And there was a time, I understand, that lake concrete for building of concrete poles and other, even rings for culverts, they are being sold across West Africa. It helps because you need poles to do electricity. So you now have a company that will supply it at a cheaper rate, a company that will employ people, create employment. So if government wants to embark on housing, mass housing, you have to also create different markets, create those who sell building materials, create middle level artisans or masons and what have you, foremen. Create, it will be a chain, a market, an industry that will thrive. You crash the cost of rent in the state. And like I said, their priorities are, generally across the country, government generally. They don't think about the people. They have policies that at best, you look at them as artificial, sophisticated, but sounds big in name, but little in value addition. That programs and projects that can touch the masses, the lives of the people.
Yeah, programs and projects that can touch the lives of the average Nigerians. Somehow, some economists believe that in Nigeria, the poor is getting poorer, while the rich is getting richer. There is a very steady erosion of the middle class. The middle class has almost been eroded in Nigeria. You difficultly see the people who are within the middle class. It is difficult. It used to be that way, the poor class, the middle class, and the rich. But it is no longer there according to some economists, some schools of thought.
The middle class is disappearing.
The middle class is
they are being pushed
gradually
to
disappearing, and some of the middle class, some are getting to the top, and many of them are being pushed back
down
to the poor background. And I dare ask, when will the Nigerian workers begin to have access to this housing? Is it by this call that you have just made that government should do housings and give them the opportunity? Because it is the primary responsibility of government to make people have, that is, for security and welfare. And when you come to the area of welfare, the basic necessities of life comes in, and which one of them is housing? It is.
Of course.
So when will the Nigerian workers begin to own their houses? And remember that even with the emergence of mortgage institutions, which were created based on a policy for a housing for all, the census has shown that there is a huge deficit in housing in Nigeria. So when will and how will the Nigerian workers begin to own their own houses? At least they will bequeath it to their children, they have places to stay.
It's a pipe dream for now, from my prognosis, my estimation, because except, like I said, there's a deliberate policy of government, and which government, it's no longer the time people campaign on issues. It is the time people campaign on issues during elections, then you'll be telling the workers to listen to the programs that the various political contenders will present before them, and know those that will be beneficial to them as workers. And so elections are no longer based on issues. Campaigns are no longer based on issue-based campaigns. Rather on sentiments and ethnicity, rotation, and what have you. Nobody's asking about capacity, whether as a local government chairman, whether as a councillor, whether as a state assembly member, whether as a national assembly. Nobody's asking about capacity again, about what somebody can add, contribution. And so the level of wrath in government is unimaginable. It's unimaginable. Everything you do today, you have inbuilt corruption in the system. Whether you talk about constituency projects that you see in the National Assembly execute, whether you talk about process of contract award that is supposed to pass through due process, they have created shortcuts for everything. And it will require somebody with iron will that will make the sacrifice, that will begin to take a revolution
What do you mean by iron will? Because we know about will, but I don't know when the will becomes the iron.
You know, iron will is somebody that is selfless, somebody that will not look at sentiments in taking decisions, somebody that will ask the hard questions, somebody that employ the right people, put the right peg in the round hole, you know, the round peg in a round hole and square peg in a square hole. Somebody that, because when you are a leader, people are looking at you. Your body language. If you are behaving as somebody who doesn't care about transparency and accountability, they will follow suit. But if they see that you care about transparency and accountability, and that you have some people that have been queried, that have been punished for infractions, others will sit up. Then there will be value for government money and government spending. So until we have such people emerge as leaders, we will continue to wallow in poverty and want, and the disproportionate economic allocation will continue.
So, and finally, because of want of time, I want to ask if the labor union will finally stand up to their billings and ask for a living wage from the Nigerian government in such a way that it will stabilize the economy. Because most often, when the labor unions are looking for these things to be done, the newspapers, televisions, that is the media, both social media and the traditional media, they will so much advertise it. And nothing works in Nigeria in terms of economic principles. You advertise it even before there's an addition or a percentage added to the incomes of workers. The prices of goods would have skyrocketed even before it is added. The moment the traders hear about workers' income going to be elevated, it's as if there's a whole lot of meeting, informal meeting, and everything goes up. So how will the labor union now approach this issue in such a way that there won't be much publicity about adding or making a living wage for the Nigerian workers?
I think it's about time that the Nigerian Labour Congress or the Labour Centers intellectualize their movement and demands. They should engage. They have them among themselves, but they should engage more experts in the economy to advise them on how to negotiate. It's no longer about salary. They should change the game. There are, like I mentioned, housing. I mentioned health. I mentioned school.
Okay.
And what have you.
So the way to actually get a living wage is by government accommodating on their own.
Take away those things workers spend money on.
Yes, spend money on, and then whatever they
take is for feeding.
They can afford to take care of themselves effectively on that. And this is the much we can take on this program, Nigeria's deepening economy, the plight of workers in Nigeria. And my guest, Comrade Ken Ofoma, you have done well coming here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being there for us.
My pleasure.
And we thank you, viewer, for working with us. We will draw the curtain. Be with us, same time, same station, next time.
Chimamanda Adichie. Adichie gives voice to African identity in a global world. From half of a yellow sun to her TED Talks, she speaks truth with elegance. She urges us to reject the single story and celebrate complexity, a modern cultural beacon.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In a nation defined by diversity and potential, the question remains, what kind of leadership will guide Nigeria into the future? Across government, business, media and civil society, one principle has emerged as non-negotiable ethical leadership. Globally, leaders like Germany's Angela Merkel and New Zealand's Jacinda Ardern demonstrate that integrity and empathy are more than virtues. There are instruments of trust and stability. Merkel's pragmatic management of economic crisis and Ardern's compassionate yet decisive responses to national emergencies highlight the value of principled governance. Nigeria's lesson is clear. Citizens, fellow leaders who are consistent, transparent and accountable. In the private sector, ethical leadership drives success. Companies like Patagonia, with its environmental stewardship, and Microsoft, committed to data privacy, prove that profits and integrity can coexist. Nigerian businesses can learn from these models, prioritizing transparency, fair employee treatment, and community engagement to strengthen both the economy and public confidence. Religious and civic institutions also hold enormous influence. In Sweden, faith-based organizations collaborate with governments on social welfare while respecting secular governance. In Nigeria, religious leaders can guide communities through ethical engagement, promoting peace, civic responsibility, and financial transparency. The media serves as the nation's ethical compass. In Watergate in the United States to anti-corruption investigations in South Korea, responsible journalism exposes abuse of power and strengthens accountability. Nigerian media, by upholding truth and resisting political pressures, can elevate public discourse and encourage ethical governance. Youth and civil society movements around the world illustrate the power of principled activism. Evidence-based campaigns in Kenya, climate initiative in Europe, and grassroots civic actions globally show that organized engagement reinforces accountability. In Nigeria, young people and NGOs can champion ethical leadership through advocacy, civic education, and constructive participation. The path forward is practical and systemic. Transparent public finance, digitized services, whistleblower protections, merit-based appointments, and civic education are all critical. Ethical leadership must be embedded in institutions, daily operations, and individual conduct. When leaders govern with integrity, businesses act responsibly, institutions foster unity, and citizens uphold civic duty, Nigeria's potential becomes tangible. Ethical leadership is not just a moral ideal, it is a strategic roadmap to progress, cohesion, and sustainable development.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world. Dear woman, this is a safe space for you to feel seen, heard, and acknowledged. My name is Chidima Asoba. I'm your companion on this journey of being a woman. Today we are talking about the signs to look out for when you're choosing a female friend. The red flags, those nitty-gritty things that should make you not be friends with someone. These are the things you should look out for. The first one is if that person gossips other people to you. If that person tells you things that other people have told her in confidence, that person should not be your friend, because there is a likelihood that the things you also tell that person, the person will tell it to others. The grass is not greener on the other side. And because that person shares other people's secrets with you and you guys talked about it like it's a gist, like it's this, like it's that, it also means that the same person will carry your secrets, share to others, and call it gist. The second sign that you're supposed to look out for when choosing a friend is if that person is overly competitive. Now, friendship is okay to have healthy competition, but whereby everything has to be cutthroat, the person is always competing to make sure they are better than you in everything and in every way possible. Like everything is a struggle, like a competition with your opponent. It shouldn't be that way. Friendship is supportive, but it shouldn't be highly competitive. You know, when you see something like that, run away. The third thing that this point brings me to is jealousy. If you notice that your friend is jealous of you, please stay away from such a friend, because if you don't stay away, you're going to learn, and you're probably going to learn the hard way. Now let me give you an instance. When I say jealous of you, I mean maybe your friend, when something good happens for you, let's say you get a new job, let's say you guys just go out and randomly a guy comes to you, compliments you, and gets your number. Look at your friend's facial expression, look at the way your friend's body movement goes, and if you notice any sign of jealousy and you keep noticing it, you should leave that person, because those are the kind of friends that will smile with you in your face and then go behind you to say trash about you. If you notice that your friend is jealous of you, avoid that friend. The fourth kind of person you should avoid being friends with is a person that has no boundaries. If your friend has no boundaries, they can call you at any time, they can come to your house at any time, they can take any of your things without any of your belongings, personal belongings, without asking. They feel entitled to your time and feel like you should not have any other friends because you guys are friends. Or they always think, oh, is it because this is it because, like, they have no respect for boundaries or personal space. You should avoid those kind of people. I know Ndi Igbo say, Obidosionato. That is, in Igbo, people say that when something is starting new, it is so sweet. When it's starting, you will say, oh, it's so cutesy, it's so demure. But as time goes on, you will see that that habit is something you might not be able to deal with. And because you already accepted it in one sense, there is no going back. You can't tell the person, oh, I know you behave like this, but please don't behave like that again. It's already too late because you accepted it initially. What you need to do is to totally avoid any person in your life, any friend, female friend that you're trying to make your friend, but the person is without boundaries. The person lacks boundaries. Excuse that person from your life while it is still early. Now, the other kind of person you need to avoid when choosing a friend is someone that makes mean comments. And sometimes these mean comments, they can be veiled as compliments. That is the funny part. Now, let's say someone comes to you and the person is your friend, and the person says something like, oh, I wish I was like you that can wear anything without caring for what people have to say. Or the person says something like, I wish I'm like you that does not take my career too seriously. Now, at first, it might seem like the person is complimenting you, but really, is that a compliment? Now, let me explain the first one. When someone says, I wish I was like you that could wear anything without caring what people say, that person is not really saying that, oh, I wish I was like you that knows my body type and knows what looks good on me. The person is indirectly trying to say that with things you wear, they don't look good on you, they don't flatter you, they don't flatter your body type, they don't fit you, they don't look good on you, but you wear them without caring about what people say. It's not a compliment. I know it sounds like one, but it's not a compliment. And when someone says that they wish they could be as carefree with their career as you, sometimes it sounds like it's a compliment, but it's not. The person is really saying that you're not serious with life. And if you know that you're not serious with life, it's fine. But if you're serious with life and some person like trying to put you down by saying that, oh, you're not serious with life, run. Oh. The next point that you should avoid when picking a friend is avoid a pessimist. Someone that no matter what plan you come up with in this life, the person would dissuade you from doing it. The person will give you thousands of reasons why that plan would never work. Or someone that no matter any small feat that you achieve, the person is praising you. Like I had this friend one time that even if I get a pair of shoes, no matter how affordable those pair of shoes is or the pair of shoes are, she will always say, wow. That means unao, basically in pidgin. You people, oh, that is to say, you people that have money, oh. So like any little thing I do, she's always saying you people like it's like I was this elite group of people that did that thing. And for me, I didn't like it that way, because if you are my friend, like we should be able to, how do I put it? We should be able to coexist, achieve things, and you not feel like every little thing I do is one big accomplishment. It's usually because the person is a pessimist or the person is an underachiever. That is why you don't need those type of people in your life, because they will just make you feel lazy and you don't want to work hard. You don't need that kind of person in your life. Each time you think of an idea, and the person is always there to dissuade you, to tell you how and why it will not work, please don't be friends with that person. Or any little thing you do, any little strength, person is like, oh well done, oh well done, you are doing so well, this is so hard. Don't get me wrong, compliments have their place, right? When you're working hard, compliments have their place. But when it is exaggerated and it is for the basic things, like you do the very bare minimum, and the person is making it look like you did one extraordinary thing, you don't need those kind of people in your life. Those people are going to make you sit on your ass and not work. You need someone that's going to push you. That brings me to the next point. Another sign that you should look out for when choosing a friend is you should know this your friend. How are they with money? What is their financial life like? This is something that we don't really talk about, especially as women. But do you know that the kind of friend that you keep has a direct link to your spending habits, whether you agree with it or not? But this is something I've experimented on. I've seen how it works. Now, there was this time I had this really good friend. We're still friends up until now. But this my friend, she doesn't cook. She's always thinking of, oh, let's get this, oh, let's get that, oh, let's get this. And I remember when we first met, the first week she'll be like, in the morning she'll be like, we're in school that time. She'll be like, let's buy okpa and eat. I'm just craving okpa. We'll buy okpa. Follow me. Then she'll be like, oh, I just want to get a drink. She'll get a drink. Oh, time for afternoon food. She'll be like, let's order something, or let's just go to that eatery and eat. I was just following her, and I did it for 2 weeks or 1 week, I think. And my account just went down. Imagine when you're buying breakfast, lunch, snacks in between, and you're a student, you're not working. I did my calculations and I could see that my bank account was beginning to cry, and I just had to like avoid myself and remove myself from the equation. So whenever she says, oh, I'm craving up, I'll be like, okay, get it. Whenever she says, let's go out for lunch, I'm like, I'm not hungry. Me that used to do, I don't even used to eat in the morning or in the afternoon. I just come back in the night and I eat once. Or I eat something in the morning depending on time for my lectures, and I go out and I come back home and I eat again. I don't eat in school, except there is something special that I'm craving. Maybe that upper, that particular day I felt like eating it, I could buy it. But I don't make it a lifestyle, because I know that buying and cooking at home is way cheaper and I get to eat more than I would buying outside. Also, there is another friend that I met. This one was during my service year. And this particular friend of mine, she wanted us to explore the city. So we're always making plans to go here and go there. No, we didn't actually go to those places that we're making plans to go. But assuming we went to those places, it means that my debit alert just be coming in, chicken. That was what was going to happen if we were able to meet up with all those appointments. Don't get me wrong again. I'm not saying you shouldn't have a social life. Of course, you should have a social life. But if that social life comes at the detriment of the financial aspect of your life and the financial point where you have not attained, please excuse yourself from that friendship. Let's say that you earn a menial amount that's just enough for you to see yourself through monthly, and this person earns twice, or this person has access to extra funds that you do not have access to, and you start spending the way this person spends. Sometimes this person is just a bad spender. They don't even have that money. They borrow from Tom to pay Tim, and borrow from Tim to pay Thomas. It just goes like that in a rotational form. They don't even have it. And you yourself that used to be really financially responsible, you join them and you do this. It's not right. So don't do that, please. Once you meet someone that is not financially responsible, don't be friends with that person. Now, this is my final point that you should look out for when you're choosing a friend. If your friend only talks about man this, man that, every conversation revolves around a man, and it's not a man that has to do with work, that has to do with business, that has to do with opportunities. It's a man that has to do with relationship. Remove yourself from that equation. You're not going to find it funny, because sometimes when you want to have serious conversations, that kind of person might not have anything to bring to the table, because what's in their head is man. How do I keep man? How do I get man? How do I do this for man? Man. That should not be at the forefront of your life as a woman. I'm not saying that you should not have a relationship or you should not be in love, but whereby the only thing that person talks about is a man. Don't allow that person to be your friend. They are going to definitely push you into something that you don't want to do, and they're not going to push you to become something better for yourself or for other aspects of your life. So when you're choosing a friend, look out for all the signs that I have listed and make sure you avoid people who have the signs. Look for the direct opposite and be their friends. Your female friends, they have a lot of impact in your life. They have a way of pushing you, of motivating you, and of supporting you when you have no support, and when you are in need for motivation and support. They are your community. Make friends, make female friends. I know sometimes we are scared of making female friends, but I'm telling you, make female friends, but look out for these red flags. Don't make a friend that has any of these red flags. My name is Chidima Asobwa, and this is Dear Woman. In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Time. The silent witness to human courage. The keeper of memory. The archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
In the long arc of Africa's history, few figures stand as tall or resonate as deeply as Nelson Mandela. His life was not merely a personal journey from prison to president. It was a moral compass for a continent still navigating the complexities of leadership, justice, and nation building. Born into a system defined by racial segregation, Mandela's early political awakening was shaped by the harsh realities of apartheid. Yet, what distinguished him was not just resistance, but the philosophy underpinning it. Drawing from African humanist traditions such as Ubuntu, They believe that I am because we are. Mandela's leadership transcended vengeance and embraced reconciliation. As he famously declared, resentment is like drinking poison and then hoping it will kill your enemies. This principle would later define South Africa's transition from oppression to democracy, particularly through mechanisms like the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which prioritized healing over retribution. Academic scholarship often frames Mandela's leadership within the theory of transformational leadership, a concept popularized by political scientist James McGregor Bonds. Transformational leaders, Bonds argues, elevate the moral consciousness of both leader and followers. Mandela exemplified this by turning personal suffering, 27 years of imprisonment, into a national narrative of unity. Equally compelling is Mandela's embodiment of what scholars call servant leadership, a theory advanced by Robert K. Greenleaf. Mandela governed not with dominance, but with humility. Upon assuming office in 1994, he resisted the allure of prolonged power, stepping down after a single term, an act that remains rare in many political systems. For African leaders today, the lessons are both urgent and enduring. First, power must be anchored in principle. Mandela's unwavering commitment to justice, even when it demanded personal sacrifice, underscores the importance of ethical leadership in fragile democracies. Second, nation building requires inclusivity. His insistence on a rainbow nation offers a blueprint for managing ethnic, religious, and political diversity across Africa. Third, institutions must outlive individuals. Mandela understood that sustainable democracy depends not on strong men, but on strong institutions, a lesson echoed in contemporary political science research across the continent. Finally, Mandela's life challenges future generations to rethink the meaning of leadership itself. As he once reflected, leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. His journey reminds Africa that leadership is not defined by authority, but by integrity, vision, and the courage to unify. As the continent looks ahead, the echoes of Mandela's past remain a guiding voice, calling not just for remembrance, but for renewal.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Nigeria, a land of striking contrasts, where nature unfolds into dominant ecological identities. The lush southern forests and the vast northern savanna belts, stretching from the humid Atlantic coast to the dry fringes of the Sahara. Nigeria's vegetation is shaped by climate, rainfall, and human activity. Broadly, it is divided into the southern forest zones and the northern savanna belts. In the south, abundant rainfall gives rise to tropical rainforest, thick, multi-layered ecosystems, rich in biodiversity, towering trees from a continuous canopy, sheltering countless plants and animal species. These forests are not only ecological treasures, but also economic lifelines supporting agriculture and livelihoods. Closer to the coast, fresh water and mangrove swamps dominate. Here, water and land intertwine, creating unique habitats adapted to flooding and salinity. The mangrove forests of the Niger Delta are among the largest in Africa, vital for coastal protection and marine life. Moving northward, forests gradually give way to the Guinea savanna, a mix of tall grasses and scattered trees. This region supports farming and livestock, forming Nigeria's agricultural heartland. Further north lies the Sudan savanna, where rainfall decreases and vegetation becomes sparser. Life here adapts to longer dry seasons and harsher conditions. At the northern edge, the Sahel savanna marks the transition to the desert. Vegetation is sparse, and survival depends on resilience of both people and nature. However, Nigeria's vegetation faces growing threats. Deforestation in the south and desertification in the north are reshaping the landscape. Population growth, agriculture, and climate change continue to exert pressure on these fragile ecosystems. Yet, hope remains. Across the country, conservation efforts are taking root, from reforestation projects to sustainable land management practices, from the dense forests of the south to the open savannas of the north. Nigeria's vegetation tells a story of diversity, resilience, and responsibility. A story that calls on all of us to protect the natural heritage we share.
Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.